All right. My name is Wytchwhisper, and we're here today to, well, to have our event, which is my summit, of course. Um, Me and Tuna's summit. But I'm just letting people in. If if you guys don't have Suno accounts, you might want to go check them out. Like go make one so that you can follow along. Right? No. Right. Oh no. He's after that bag again. Right. Right.
At trouble.
He's yeah. I'm just gonna have to hopefully you guys can't hear it crinkling because it's really loud.
We can't hear it. No.
Okay. All right. So back to what I was saying. Yes, I'm going to be teaching you guys today how to make some meditation music. If you go to Suno, he's driving me. And I need to.
So you could follow along, or if you want to go to suno.com, she just wants to show you where you can actually go to create the music that she's going to teach you how to create. If
Right.
you want to make meditation music for events that you might be doing.
That's right. Exactly. Thank you, Teresa, for loving my hair. Yes, here's the link. I'm putting it in chat. If you go to that link, you should be able to sign up. Hello, beautiful boy. What are you doing? You giving me cat kisses? You're such a sweetheart when you're being good. All right. Okay, everybody. So just shout it out in chat when you've gone and signed up so that I know that you guys can follow along. And if you don't want to sign up right now, you can always check it out in the replay as well. So we have more people that are coming in. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you, Merjo. I really appreciate that. Yeah, it was one of those. I didn't have time to dye my hair yesterday, so I thought, I'll wear a wig. So thank you for all your nice compliments and stuff. I appreciate it. Okay. Is anyone signing up to Suno right now? I left the link in chat. Just letting me know. Okay,
Teresa
yeah,
is in.
Teresa's in. All right.
And anybody else who wants to get to try that can go in and do it later on the
Okay,
replay.
Margaret's gonna do it on the replay. Yeah, that's understandable. Anybody else ready to dive into Suno and what it can do for you? All right. Well, I guess I should maybe start then. All right. So I'm going to need feedback from you guys as to what you want to create. we're going to make meditation music, but what do you want to hear in it? Do you want to hear like windpipes? Do you want to hear harps? Do you want to hear piano? Do you want to like what? Just think of the type of stuff that you like to meditate to yourself. What?
She
No
said no
birds.
birds.
Yeah, I don't think.
No birds, no kazoos.
No birds, no kazoos. Okay, that's fine. We don't have to include
The
birds.
kazoos are probably easy in meditation to avoid. I just
Yeah.
had that vision of actually, we're going to make a kazoo meditation, but not today. How's that?
Oh, that would just be bad. Yeah, that would be so bad. All right, let's see. I'm gonna go to first. I gotta share my screen. Where the hell
Ooh,
did my share my screen go?
the sound of falling water was a suggestion that we got.
Sound of falling water. Yes, I love that.
And how about the purring of cats?
Purring of cats. Ooh, I like that too. Okay. So, so what you do is you go to a program like ChatGPT. You can get a free thing of chatgpt.com, and it doesn't cost you anything. Because what we need to do is, yeah, close that. And then what we need to do is to stop screen sharing for a minute so I can give you the link to get there. There you go. There's chatgpt.com for those who don't um, have it already. But we're going to make a prompt. So in ChatGPT, which is where we're going into right now, um, we're going to put in what you guys want. See, for me, I originally wrote ChatGPT. I want to create a meditation song that does not have angels necessarily. I mean, it can, but just not tons of them. And let's see, we don't want waterfalls. Why did I say that? I did want
We want
waterfalls.
waterfalls.
I know. Why did I say that? Oh, I'm just going to do a new one. Okay. I want to create a meditation. Well, want to create a meditation that has beautiful running waterfalls. Okay, so you want beautiful running waterfalls. You want what was else? What were the other things, Tuna, that they said? No birds.
Nope. No, they wanted birds and they
Oh,
wanted
they want
birds.
birds.
No, no, no birds. You're right. No
Right.
birds. Sorry. No birds. But I also said, how about cats purring?
Oh, but yes to cats purring.
Right. How about wind chimes?
Yes, yes. Wind chime. Yes. And anything else, people? Let me know what you want. I want to create a meditation that has beautiful running waterfalls, no birds, but yes, cats purring, wind chimes, yes. What kind of feeling do you want for it? Do you have a specific genre you want it to be? Do you want it to be Celtic, or do you want it to be Zen, or do you want it to be Oriental? Do you want it to be, oh, I'm trying to think of what else. Is anybody saying anything?
No, I think we have enough of a
Know that?
test. I think so.
Okay. All right. Well, let's just see what ChatGPT gives us here. Okay, so ChatGPT is taking its ChatGPT time, doing its thing. All right, Tuna, you're letting people in, I hope, because I can't see
I
them.
am.
Okay, good.
And I'm having somebody who's asking me what the Zoom code is, and I don't know what to give people for a Zoom code.
Let me
It's
try
asking for one, apparently.
Zoom code.
Yeah. Does that mean anything to you?
They don't they just need the link. That's all they need.
Right.
They don't need the password or anything.
Right. I'm just trying to figure out why they were told they needed a Zoom code. Um,
Yeah, that's weird. I Google.
um, let's try something here.
Just waiting on technology. And here's my cat. She's going to are you gonna volunteer to purr beauty? Booty? Huh? Oh, see? She's purring. She's perfect. I don't know if you guys can hear her purring. I hear her purring quite loudly. ChatGPT seems to be having problems with this today, but I just did it like 10 minutes ago, so I don't know why. I might have to retype this, maybe. Maybe that's what it's having problems with. When you yeah, because I didn't put prompt in there. I want to create a meditation prompt for Suno that has beautiful running waterfalls, no birds, but yes, cats purring and wind chimes, yes. Okay. Watch, this would be like the one time a day that ChatGPT is like, oh, we can do updates right now. Okay, so I'm going to
So
get it to stop answering and I'm going to
just
put it in again.
can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Just skip the chat GPT part of this and just give ideas to Suno
Oh,
based on what we're doing without because we're just this shouldn't
yeah,
be
I
a
suppose because we can try this with ChatGPT too, or with Suno as well.
mhm.
All right. Okay. This has wind chimes in it. Oh, it does have bird song. I have to get rid of that. Hi, what are you doing? So the area that you put this in is you go to the side over here. I love you. And it says create, and it has like a little whatchamacallit mark, musical mark. You guys don't fight. We're on camera right now. Yeah. And it has bamboo wind chimes. Try this. Okay. So I'm going to try creating with what we've added to it. Because I have a whole thing that I created earlier. So let's see what it creates. So first thing you have to do is you have to choose instrumental. If you don't choose instrumental, it's going to want to add a voice, and it will add a voice, which is fine if you're making a song, but if you want it to be a meditation, sometimes even with meditations, like if you just choose instrumental and then you put in there angel choir or distant voices or whatever, then it will allow you to have distant voices. Right now I have it, that's awesome. I will have it at instrumental. So it says this song will be with no instrument, no vocals or lyrics. Under styles is where you put the ChatGPT prompt or whatever prompt you guys want to use, like that question mark or that question that we asked. And then you scroll down further. There are more options you can choose. Like you can make it weird if you want to. We're not going to make it weird today, but you can experiment. You can experiment how much the style influences the actual music versus the weirdness. If you want to make it really weird, well, we can try making it weird too. I just called it meditation because we can rename it later. And then you hit the create button. And when you create, well, we'll see what it creates for us based upon what we shared with it. And if anyone has any questions while I'm doing this, just feel free to ask in local, like in the Zoom chat, and Tuna will relay the message to me, and then I can answer.
And I'm actually having an issue where, because technology is imperfect, where I'm trying to see the local chat right now.
Oh, just hit the chat icon and it should pop up. Okay, so we have a meditation and it shows cats in the pictures. So it's actually creating the cat meditation right now. Let's see what it sounds like.
What's wrong? My sound went away because I went to a screen to try to look at the code and to give it to somebody, and I'm kind of just was surprised that the sound went away when I changed screens. I guess it makes sense. But it's just the music that's gone.
Oh, that's weird. Can the rest of you guys hear the music? Because this is what we've created, is this music right now. I have yet to hear a cat purring. I'm wondering if maybe they don't have that sound bite.
I'm sure they do. It's just
You would
something.
think, yeah. We might have to take out some of the other stuff to get the cats purring.
Right. It's AI, so it's not a matter of it having the right sound bite. It's a matter of it actually creating from scratch whatever sound it is. So it should be there.
Right. See, we got crystal singing bowls. We got a wooden flute. Maybe if we took the wooden flute out. What do you guys think? Anybody? Like, would you be satisfied with this as your meditation? Well,
It sounds good to me.
It does sound pretty good, but I'm curious what it would be like with, like, if we just put in what we had typed earlier. I'm curious. I want to create a meditation that has beautiful running waterfalls, no birds, but yes, cats purring and wind chimes, yes. I'm going to create that. Let's see what it has. Ooh, how cool is that one? Booby. I need to see the screen, baby, so I can stop the music. All right, so far it's showing us with a picture of waterfalls and lots of koi in the picture.
I found the code and actually sent her the code, so we'll see if that works. Because somebody here knew the code. So I'm not familiar with this, why some people might need a code instead of just clicking.
Yeah, I'm not used to that either. That's different. Okay, that's the first one. The second one creates this. It's beautiful. It's making me teary. So you can create, like you will notice that if you don't put, um, like I'm curious if we put it as just instrumental, if it will get rid of a lot of the other stuff. So I'm gonna, see, you gotta tweak the prompt until it gives you what you want. So if that means taking things away from the prompt or putting things into the prompt, that's what you got to do until it gives you the outcome that you're looking for. Oh, it's got cats. That looks interesting. Let's see what that has. You guys are liking what is happening here. This is how you recreate it. For those of you who just got here recently, you have to choose instrumental. You put in styles, what you want to create, and then you scroll down. And if you want weirdness, you choose weirdness. If you want more style, then you choose more style. I think we're going to try more style influence because I want to hear cats purr if they have it. And then you have a title down here that you can put in, and then you hit create. It's making beautiful pictures for the meditation. I wonder if weirdness would be. Tuna, are you still there?
I'm right here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I was just
I,
checking because you weren't saying nothing.
well, no, it's just I thought you were going on, okay. But if I'm going to go into weirdness, I'm going to, I mean, you know me.
Well, we haven't.
I sometimes feel that when one is creating something that is spiritual, that
Mhm.
one has to have a sense of humor about it too.
Well, that's
So
very
the
true.
first thing that I would do if I were going to actually put the cats involved is it's artificial intelligence. So it's not a matter of they have a sound bite of cats. It's a matter of they know at the sound of every sound in the universe because it's artificial intelligence.
Right.
So go big, go really big, and ask for a prompt like an orchestra of
Oh,
cats
yeah,
creating a
that's good.
meditation.
Orchestra. Orchestra of cats purring. Orchestra. like wind chimes.
And people are already excited about this one, so
I'm gonna see how this one turned out, and then we're gonna create that next one.
okay.
Creating some pretty beautiful sounds.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Oh, here's somebody to admit. Here we go.
Beverly.
Yep, and I'm admitting. Okay.
Well, they're popping up on my screen too. So.
Oh, good. Yeah, I'm just trying to take as much of the slack off of you as possible because that's how we work as a team.
Yeah. Okay, guys. So with the changes, okay, Woody, let me pause this song. Hold on. You can do it.
Greetings, Beverly.
Hey, Beverly. So what we're doing here, Beverly, because you've come in a bit late, I'm just gonna walk you through the process. Is you go to Suno, you get an account there, like you sign up for Suno and register, and then you go to this symbol, like your the symbol that says create. It's a little musical symbol with a star on it. Yeah. And it brings up this screen on your computer. And it'll say, and then you choose instrumental. And then you go to styles and you put in what you want to create. So if you want an instrumental of 60 beats per minute, I want to create a meditation that has beautiful running waterfalls, no birds, yes to an orchestra of cats, purring, and wind chimes. Yes. So, and then you scroll down here. If you want to have the style have more influence than what it's doing, then you increase this, which I did. And you name it whatever you want to name it right here under meditation. Where I have meditation. And then you hit create. You hit the create button. That's what we just did for these two. Suno creates 2 at a time. And I think with the free account, you get, I think you get 10 credits per day. It's way more worth it to get the pro account because then you at least have enough credits that you can make stuff. Plus, if you want to sell it, it's better to get the pro account because then you're licensed to sell that music. So this is the result. Let's see. I cringe. What do we have? Sounds beautiful.
Is this the one that has the orchestra of cats?
Supposedly.
I'm finding that to be suspicious.
Yeah, Let's try it again. Now, it's not unusual for the first song to be almost perfect, sort of thing, which is good if you only have 10 credits or something. Just be aware that if you do have a free account, that you can't sell your songs, sort of thing. Like you can, I believe you can use them.
Nope, you can't
No,
use them
you can't
commercially.
even use them.
Nope.
No, but like you can't use them yourself.
You can use them for your own personal use to enjoy them, but you can't use them if you're a creator who's, let's say you're somebody who's doing a meditation for, like, you can't bring those even
No,
to our, like, if you were a
no, but they could
speaker.
use them. They could use them with their clients, right? Like while they're
No,
in session.
well, while they're in session, well, if they're not going to sell them to them, I'm sure,
Exactly.
I would suspect, although technically I don't think that's right, but that's
Mm,
okay. I don't, again, if you're
well,
not selling them, then I don't think that's a problem.
yeah, if you don't sell them, you can use the free uh music. But
But if you're doing like a video, you can't. Like if
yeah,
you're,
if you're creating a meditation video for your clients that you want to sell them, or if you're creating um or if you just want to give them an MP3 of meditation music that you've used during your session or something like that, then you have to have the pro account, which is only $10 US, 10.99 or 10.50 or something. Bridget's here.
I just let Bridget into.
Oh, did you? Okay, so this, let's see how this
Yes,
sounds.
Beverly, that's monthly.
Well, I'm gonna have to try weirdness next because
I feel like the cats are on strike.
I know. I know. That's why I'm thinking they're under weirdness or something.
They can't be. There's just something wrong. This just, it's,
It's not acting like it usually does. Yeah. So if I'm gonna go and pull the style down a
do
bit
you
and see what
have
that does. Do I have what?
an example of some of your music that you've already created?
I do. Yes, I do.
Okay, because you have some beautiful stuff.
I do. Yeah. I'll let you hear my stuff right after we try this. Sure, there's lots of cats in the picture, but there's still no cat. Which bugs me. Okay. You can create voices that you can put in your tracks. And that's what I did with some of my songs. Like, this is my Earth Angel belly dance that I created. It's a belly dance meditation using my prompt. Not this one, but another one I made. There's my angelic voices.
Now, this is really nice.
This was my first try of doing a meditation type song. And what I wanted to show you with the voices, you can go down and you can make your own cat voices if you want. I did that for which song? See, like I did all these meditation songs, but this is no. My goodness, you would if Bob was one of us. I will choose Blue Moon. Did I use? Yeah. This one's the published one. So I did a cat voice in this song. It's called Blue Moon. And it was just using my voice and a prompt. It's asking for mystical. What is it I asked for? I asked for. Did it put it over here? No. You can go to, well, anyway, let's just hear this.
Good gentles all, attend the silver sky, for the blue moon hangs upon her velvet throne, and whispers secrets unto dreaming hearts. Lo, see the sapphire lantern rise above the sleeping world tonight. A queen of stars in midnight lace with silver kisses in her light. She weaved fortunes through the air.
That song, I used my weird voice that I created. And you can create your weird voice in when you go to your library, which is the thing that looks like a stack of books in the side panel, and you click on that, and then you go to voices. And while you're in voices, you can go to create a new voice. And you can, if you want to add your voice to your music, that's how you do it, is you click on create a new voice, and you have to sing for about sing or make noise of any form. Like for me, I was like, yeah, like that's what I did for that weird voice. And that's what came out in the song, right? So if you want to add something weird like that, you can. Let's see. I also want to. Oh, I put my voice in here. Well, that'll be interesting. Yeah, why not? We'll put it in here and we'll add weirdness. Weirdness of 76%. Audio influence, loose. Yeah. So let's try this, see what it does. But it's all about experimentation to get what you want, to get it sounding exactly like you want it.
Excuse me. Realized I was on voice.
I didn't hear anything. What did you do?
I made a yawn sound.
Oh, I didn't hear it.
Which, I mean, again, if I were demonstrated, it would really defeat the point of you not hearing it.
Right.
So I will not
Oh,
demonstrate everybody me going, oh, because that
I,
would break the mood.
I think Suno is not being 100% today because it's not doing exactly what I want it to do. But this is how you guys do it, is you put in your prompt, you tweak it, and you just keep tweaking it until it puts something in that you want. I'm going to take meditation out and see what it does without meditation in. Song. See what that does. See, I did a song for cats, and it actually had a cat choir, but it was a bunch of people going meow 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 meow. Like it was funny. It was comical. But that's what it was meant to be because it was a parody song. Let's see what this one does. Great. So that was everything that we put together with my weird voice. And it didn't use my weird voice that much until the actual end of the song when I was doing yeah. But you guys, you just, you have to play with it. And that's the good thing about the pro plan is you get more credits so that you can actually play with stuff a lot more. Whereas like with the basic, you only get 10 credits a day that you can use within that day, I think. I think that's how it works, isn't it, Tina?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. It's 100 credits per day, but each of those credits is like gives you that one song. Like 10 of those credits give you that one song. So it might as well be 10 credits a day if I'm
Yeah.
getting it right. And but the thing about it is that it's yeah, I mean that's it. It's limited, but it's there to get you hooked.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm going to close this for now. Do you guys have any questions that you want me to answer? Like anything? We have another person coming up. Oh, good, Beverly. What can we unmute Beverly, Tuna?
We can. Let me go to see if I can do that. I mean, I should be able to. I just have to go like this, get to Beverly on here.
I can do it too. I just discovered.
Oh, well, you might be able
Can
to
you hear
quicker
me?
than I.
Can you hear
We
me?
can
Yes.
hear you.
Yes, we
Yes.
hear you.
Oh, I guess you want my video too, right?
Yay. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'm a
videos are
musician,
nice.
so I had a question in the chat about can you give it particular time signature and like get very
Yes.
specific?
Absolutely.
Oh, yes. Like this is an instrumental 60 beats per minute. And you can add like a whole prompt that has like very distinct
Okay.
things that you
And
want in it.
if you're a musician, you might be interested in, like I use, and both I and Witchy use not the pro version,
With
but
the
the
studio.
studio version, which is basically it's a digital audio workspace that gives you all sorts of tools to change things and move things and break things into stems and build a, you know,
Song on that.
yeah.
Yeah, because you can like, yeah, if you're a musician, you can have way more control. You get quite a bit of control using Pro, so you might want to try Pro first and then
Yep.
branch into Studio later.
And
As
what if what if I wanted to incorporate my own music?
you
Yeah, that's what I was
can,
going to say is you can
you can
actually
upload
import
your
your
own,
music
you can upload
and
your own music sounds.
And then have it enhanced by Suno?
Yeah.
correct. And because it's, using AI, you can do some really, beautiful things that work with it or some fun things or some wacky things. It depends on what you're going
Mm-hmm.
for as a
Mm-hmm.
musician. I know that for me, um, one of the things that I loved was training Suno on my voice. Now,
Mm-hmm.
I sang for years, as a singer, so I got to sit there and, 5.5 minutes at a time, whatever it is, I
Mm-hmm.
would sit there and I would sing to it. And then I taught it like my regular singing voice. And
Mm-hmm.
then I taught it like, I don't have to change it. Like, if I want to sing uh, a different style, I don't have to teach it a different voice. But if I
Uh-huh.
wanted to have like a character voice,
Mm-hmm.
I can
Mm-hmm.
have that as a style that I create.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Uh-oh.
what's wrong?
We're cutting into Bridget's time, so I'm gonna stop sharing.
Okay.
I gotta add Bridget as a person. As a There you are, Bridget.
I'll mute myself now, right? Thank
Sounds
you.
good.
Beverly,
And we'll
you can
talk to you
answer
later.
any more questions
Yay.
that you have. Yeah, do not hesitate. Okay, make co-host. All right, Bridget, where are you?
Hi,
Yeah.
can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Everyone can hear me fine?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Bridget Bell. I have a YouTube channel and a Facebook page called The Hidden Layers of Three. I've created my own spiritual system called Trinestics, which talks about the hidden layers of three in reality. I believe the number three can tell us a lot of great secrets, and my system is divided into three areas: theognosis, knowledge of the divine; inner gnosis, which is the knowledge of the inner being, which has three parts: the soul, spirit, and the light bodies; and then the cosmognosis, which is knowledge of the cosmos. Now, today, I'm not going to be talking about any of that, but I'm going to be talking about a related concept that is part of Trinestics and part of a lot of different spiritual systems, and that is reincarnation. So I definitely believe in reincarnation. All of you will be receiving this handout, and this is a method that I developed called the Inquiry Method for Reincarnation Examination, or IMRE, which I abbreviate as IMRE. And it is a method to learning about our past lives by looking at this life. So a lot of people will look at reincarnation through trance or hypnosis. But the problem with trance and hypnosis is I believe it gives a lot of false positives because it gives us insight into our archetypes. And that is important information, but it doesn't really tell us about our past lives. So I believe we actually have a lot of information about our past lives in our current lives, more than we realize. So I have sessions that I do guiding people through guided questions on how to find out about their past lives by looking at this life. And if you're interested in a session, email me at bridgetlouisebell@gmail.com. I'm just starting out, so I don't have a website yet. I should make a website for soon, sometime this summer. It's going to happen. But all this work is new for me. I came up with the idea for Trinestics on March 30th, 2025, and I spent a year researching it before I launched on March 1st, 2026. So my channel is new, and so I don't have a website yet, but it should be coming. So for now, email me if you want a session at bridgetlouisebell@gmail.com. And the email address is in here. Sessions are $40, which last about an hour. But besides that, I also just want to talk about some general background information about reincarnation. So what is reincarnation? Reincarnation is taking your spirit and putting it into a different body, lifetime after lifetime, for the purpose of developing our soul. I believe our soul and spirit aren't the same thing, but the purpose of each lifetime is to develop the soul. And the soul has three parts: heart, mind, and will. And the spirit is our essence. In our very first reincarnations, we do not have a soul. That's later developed. And you can lose your soul. You ever hear the concept of someone losing their soul? It's because it can happen, but you can always gain your soul back. And losing your soul is not an easy thing to do. You have to be really cruel to lose your soul, but you can always get your soul back. So a big question about reincarnation is, why do we reincarnate? A lot of people think it's really cruel, but actually opposite would be cruel. Because if we didn't reincarnate, if we just lived in a state of bliss all the time, as wonderful as that sounds, it would be boring. There'd be nothing to do. We couldn't expand, we couldn't experience. So one of the reasons for reincarnation is experience and limitation, because if we were all powerful supernatural beings and didn't have any limitations, that would be boring. Sort of like if you were to play a game of chess and there were no rules on how you can move, you can just immediately checkmate yourself. That would be boring. So we give ourselves limitations. So the first purpose of reincarnation is experience. Second purpose is growth, and then also action. A lot of people reincarnate to do something, to make a change. But I want to let you know that that's not the purpose for everyone. Not everyone is here to change things. Some people are here just to experience, and that's okay. So when you die, do you immediately reincarnate? Like you're dead and then you're reborn immediately? No, there is an interval period, and I'd like to talk about that. So immediately when we die, our material body dies. It's just the material body. We actually have multiple bodies. And that surprises a lot of people that we have multiple bodies because they think of just the flesh. But what is a body? A body isn't just flesh. A body is just a container. A body is limitation. And that sounds like a bad thing, limitation, but just think about it. If you were to go on a roller coaster and you didn't have a body, would you be able to enjoy the roller coaster? Could you even get on a roller coaster? No, you enjoy the roller coaster because of the limitations. So our physical body dies, but we have other bodies. And so the first body closest to the physical body is called the etheric body. The etheric body is very similar to the material body. The etheric body looks just like this body, just more fluid. And this is the level that people act on when they do energy healing. If you do Reiki, if you do any kind of energy healing, if you work with your chakras, if you deal with chi or prana, you're dealing with the etheric body. The etheric body separates from the material body after death, and it lives for a bit longer. Now, how long it lives is going to depend on the person. According to the founder of anthroposophy, Rudolf Steiner, when you die young, your etheric body lives on for quite a bit of time longer. But if you die old, your etheric body dies pretty quickly. Now, after your etheric body separates from your material body, you are greeted with a bright white light, and it's beautiful. But some people are scared of it. They don't know what to think. And the people who refuse to cross into the light, they become what mainstream society calls a ghost, or what many people call an earthbound spirit. And it's not a good thing to stay in that state because you cannot evolve. You are stuck. So to convince people to cross into the light, we're often greeted by loved ones, by spiritual helpers to try to say, yes, you can come into the light. So right after you die, your etheric body separates from your material body. You go into the light, hopefully, always go into the light. And then you have a life review. And you see your whole life panned out in front of you. But what happens then? Then you cross over from the etheric plane into the astral plane. The astral plane is a very dreamlike world. It's where we go not just when we die, but it's where we go when we dream at night. And it's also where we go if we can astral project. There are 3 layers to the astral plane. Dolores Cannon talked about this. She called them the lower astral, the middle astral, and the upper astral. And the lower astral is not a pleasant place to be. It's a lot of fear and confusion. It can be very hell-like, but unlike hell, it's not a punishment. It is a result of the law of attraction. In the astral plane, you immediately attract whatever you think of. So if you think of an apple, there's an apple in your hand. If you think of a plant, there's a plant. What you think of, you manifest. Whereas in the material plane where we live now, there's a delay. There's still the law of attraction, but there's a delay. If you are living in a low state of consciousness and you're afraid and you have a lot of loneliness, you're going to attract that. You're going to manifest demon-like creatures in a very scary environment because that is what you create. It's not an external God creating it. It's you. So there's the lower astral plane. There's the middle astral plane. The middle astral plane is so-so, it's okay. except if you're in the higher levels, because every single part of these astral planes has multiple levels, and some are better than others. There's worse parts of the lower astral. There's better parts. There's parts of the lower astral that are not good, but they're better. Like they might act like a psychiatric hospital or a rehabilitation center to rehabilitate you. And then the middle astral has so-so places, and then has heavenly places. Then the upper astral is completely love and wonderful, and there's multiple levels of bliss. Another unique thing about the upper astral is that it has a lot of universities where we can learn deep spiritual mysteries. There's a very common misconception that the moment you die, you learn all these spiritual truths. But the truth is, reality is so complicated. You don't learn everything the immediate moment you would die. And not only is it so much you can't learn it all at once, it would be overwhelming. You do not want to just put all this information on a brand new passed on soul. You don't want to do that. So you give information in layers. And when you get to the upper astral and you qualify to go to these universities to learn spiritual truths, it's a good thing to go because it gives you the full picture of what you need to know about greater truths, but you can also learn about your past lives and you can prepare for your future lives. So if you have the pleasure of going to the upper astral, which I hope everyone does, go to the universities and it will actually help you prepare for your future life. All right. So if you're in the upper astral and it's wonderful, maybe you didn't start in the upper astral. Maybe when you died, you went to the middle astral, but you moved up because you don't have to stay in the same plane. You can move up. But you're in the upper astral or somewhere in the astral, and you're thinking, life is wonderful. Why would I leave this? But everything that's too much becomes boring. Imagine going to a concert that's really wonderful. You love it, but it lasts 4 days. It doesn't end. You have no sleep. You have no break. That's no wonderful experience anymore. So you come back into the material plane. Now, a lot of people are confused if they want to contact a loved one. They want to know, has this person reincarnated or are they in the astral plane? Because a lot of people are in a lot of grief and they really want to communicate with their loved ones or they want to set out a shrine to their loved ones. But they're like, is that loved one passed on in the astral plane still or are they reincarnated? The truth is, it's still good to communicate with your loved ones, even if you don't know they reincarnated, because we still leave a part of ourselves in the astral, even if we're reincarnated. We're never completely here in the physical. Not only that, time does not operate the same way in the astral as it does in the material. So there might be only a few years or a few decades between lifetimes, but it could be hundreds or thousands of years between lifetimes. That is what makes reincarnation not as cruel as it seems to be at first. A lot of people are like, we got to break this cycle. It's so cruel. Earth is horrible. But you spend very little time incarnated in the physical. You spend most of the time in the astral. It is your real home because you could spend thousands of years there in the amount of time that's maybe only 2 years between lifetimes on the earth. So another big question is not just why we reincarnate, but when was our first lifetime? How many lifetimes have we had? People want a number like 5 or 6, or maybe they expect a big number like 100. I tell you, even the number 100 is very small. The number of lifetimes that we've had in our past lives is huge. And we all have had past lives. Nobody here is on their first lifetime. And the reason for this is because we all come from Source. Source is the great oneness. We have to have a oneness. It's fine if you believe in multiple gods, but all those gods had to come from somewhere. Aristotle famously said we had to have a starting point, which he called the prime mover. Even in Hinduism, they have this concept, we come from oneness, which they call Brahman. We had to have a starting point. And we all started in that source, in the time and before space. But Source wanted to know itself. So Source decided to break apart into many different frequencies. And those frequencies turned into our spirits. So we go all the way back before the beginning to Source. And back then, Source decided to divide itself and then arrange itself into various patterns, which we now call sacred geometry. The very beginning had nothing but geometric patterns. And then when enough patterns formed, they formed the very first universe. And we have existed from the very first universe, because we are not in the very first universe. Science tells us this universe began with a big bang 13.8 million, no, not million, 13.8 billion years ago, which sounds like a long time, but it's nothing compared to eternity, because eternity never ends. So we have existed since the Big Bang, but we existed way back before the Big Bang in other universal cycles. The time period from the Big Bang to the end of one universe is one universal cycle. These universal cycles are talked about in Hinduism, but I learned about them for the first time in a new spiritual system called the Neogenian system. And a part of the Neogenian system talks about cosmogenesis, which talks about these universal cycles. I then took that information and formed my own version of cosmogenesis from the Neogenians, which I call cosmonosis, or knowledge of the cosmos. And the truth is, we are so much older than we seem. And not only have we had many lifetimes within one universal cycle and lifetimes within other past universal cycles, but there's also multiple timelines. Quantum physics tells us that there are multiple timelines, multiple branches, especially the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, which says there are branches of different possibilities. So if you had thought about making a different life choice, like getting married to one person versus not getting married, or choosing a different college degree, it creates different branches of timelines. And you exist in all those different branches simultaneously without you realizing it. And that blows a lot of people's mind. But you have multiple egos. Only one ego is associated with this lifetime, but you exist in multiple timelines at once with multiple egos. That's a lot to manage. Who manages that? We have a higher dimensional part of ourselves called the higher self. And the higher self manages all of this. Remember, we are a three-part being. We are body, we are soul, and we are spirit. We have multiple bodies, such as the material body and the etheric body and the astral body. And we have the soul. The soul is our heart, mind, and will. And then we have the spirit. And our spirit has three parts. Our spirit is our lower self. That's the part that incarnates. And then we have the middle self and the higher self. The higher self guides us and knows everything about our past lives. And not many people have heard of the middle self, but the middle self is a support kind of role. It's not completely the guide, but it's a support kind of role. And this anatomy of soul, spirit, body, and the different parts of the soul and different parts of the spirit is what I call inner gnosis. I'm going to be having another seminar in August that talks about the inner being. And it is only the lower self and the middle self that reincarnate. The higher self does not. And we start out with a spirit, but not a soul, but we develop our soul. And not only have we had past lives as humans, we've had past lives as other things as well. We've had past lives as plants and minerals and animals and even just sort of like thought forms, because we existed in the very beginning of the universe as well, before there was any life. So we've had many different kinds of lives. And we also can have lives as animals. Well, I said animals. We can have lives as aliens, and we can have life as angels, and even gods, lowercase g. I believe there are many different species of aliens, and some of us have had past lives as aliens, and some will have future lives as aliens. So that's a little bit of the background of our inner anatomy and different kinds of lifetimes. But how is all of this determined? Is there like some big God that determines all this? No, it's our higher self. And our higher self is like our guardian angel or our lowercase g, our lowercase God. And our lowercase God is very powerful. It's not the source, but it radiates source in our lives. The lowercase God, who is our higher self, determines our lives and our future life. So maybe you've heard of soul contracts. We make soul contracts, but it's not always our lower selves that makes the soul contracts. It's our higher self. Because some of the things that are in our soul contracts that we decide we want for our future lives are not things that are completely pleasant. Like, for example, let's say we have in our soul contract that we're going to be born to abusive parents. Who would decide that they want to be born to abusive parents? And you have all these new age teachers saying, you chose those parents. And you're like, I didn't want to choose them. Because there's different levels of I. We're not a singular being. We think we are because we live in separation consciousness, but we have a higher self, and our higher self chose those parents, as hard as they are, because the higher self knew we needed that experience, even as hard as it is, for our growth. But is the lower self just like powerless to choose future lives and it's always up to the higher self? No. Our higher self is like our parent, but what we are allowed to determine depends on our current level of evolution. So think about it like children. If a child is a toddler, they're not going to be able to make many decisions about their life. But if a child is a teenager, the parent often makes a lot of the decisions, not for the child anymore, but allows the teenager to make decisions for themselves. It's still ultimately up to the higher self, but teenagers are usually given more autonomy. So the more we evolve, the more we can choose our future incarnations. And we can have many different incarnations, not just as animals, but we can be many different genders. We can be from many different cultures. Can we go backwards and be animals after being humans? It's going to depend on our soul evolution. And it's going to depend on the kind of animal, because some animals are more evolved than others. So maybe you can be a chimp, but you can't be a worm. It's going to depend on your level of consciousness. Sometimes we can go back and be animals, especially higher evolved animals. Sometimes we can't. It depends on our level of consciousness. We get to a point we can't even be human anymore. We have evolved to another life form. And we evolve often with the same people. It is very common that we incarnate as a soul group, because think about it. You create these really close relationships with people, and then you die. Are you away from them forever? No. We come back in groups and we change our roles. Like maybe one time a person who was a child might be the sister in Annette's lifetime. And it's very common to reincarnate in the same family line. So there's a lot of stories of people that died and the parent died, and then their child gives birth and they give birth to their own parent. The grandparent becomes the child. It's extremely common, or maybe great grandparent. So one thing a lot of people ask about reincarnation is, why do we forget? Why do we not remember? And the reason is we actually remember more than we think we do. When most people talk about remembering past lives, they think about declarative memories. There's two kinds of declarative memories: episodic memories and semantic memories. So Episodic memories are exact memories of something that happened. And semantic memories are more like widely known details, like knowing the language you spoke in your last lifetime. And we forget those things. But we have other kinds of memories that we do keep. Some kinds of memories we keep from previous lifetimes is we can have emotions, emotional memories. Certain things bring up memories. We can have preferences. For example, a child that's born with a strong ability to play a musical instrument often played that musical instrument in a past life. If a child is very good in math, they might have had math skills in a past life. So we have preferences, we have emotions, we can have associative memories. So various things will spark memories of the past. And we can have preference memories, like preferences for a certain historical period or cultural dress, because we lived in that time period before. We can also inherit our temperament and personalities. One lifetime, we were very angry, and then we come back very angry. And we have the purpose to resolve anger. Or it could be a preference for liking to learn, and we come back very academic in a future life. There is a lot of continuation between lifetimes, and there's a lot of Easter eggs. So, the concept of an Easter egg when it comes to entertainment is there will be a movie franchise that makes references to previous movies. This happens not just in movies, but also between our lives. And the higher selves, they really like doing this. They arrange our lives and they get like a chuckle out of it, like, oh, they don't know. This was also in their past life as well. So we come in with all kinds of different memories. And some people do have declarative memories. There's been a lot of research about children who were born with exact memories from past lives. They knew names, they knew dates, they knew places that they had no way of knowing. And they are actually able to go to these different places and confirm. And researchers have been able to confirm those details. These different kinds of memories point me to the system that I have created called the IMRE method, which is inquiry method for a reincarnation examination. And this method has detailed level questions looking at your current life. So we're going to look at childhood first because childhood has a lot of clues. Some kids are born with exact memories, and that's great. But even if you don't have exact memories, think back to your childhood. What did you enjoy as a child? Is there any kind of hobbies that you enjoyed or toys? Were there any historical time periods you enjoyed? Any skills you were really good at as a child? Another thing we're going to look at in the IMRE method is strong resonance the first time you learned something, no matter what age. Maybe you weren't a child. Maybe you learned about something last week and it really resonated with you. You learned about a certain period of history, a certain historical event, and you're like, that is so me. And you just know that that was your past life. We'll look at that. Going to also look at things that you feel uncomfortable with. And a lot of these methods are talked about by other people as well, such as a content creator I follow known as Celtic Brew. And she talks about a lot of signs people have in their current life. For example, if you are afraid of getting arrested, like you completely follow the law and you have an extreme fear of getting arrested, it might be because you actually were arrested in a past life. And maybe you were tortured. So in this life, you want to follow the law. And this is actually me. When she said that, I'm like, that is so me. I've been such a rule follower my whole life and afraid of jail. And that's because I've discovered now I was tortured for being a mystic in the Middle Ages. So I have that fear and I want to follow the law. If you have certain birthmarks, they could be a sign of an injury from a past life. If you're afraid of water, it could be because you drowned. If you have a fear of anything touching your neck because you were hanged, there's all these different clues. Now, looking at my own life, I can see a lot of clues from my childhood For example, I was very drawn to the time period of the late 1900s and early 20th century. When I would see photographs of that time period as a kid, I knew I was there. And I had memories of when cars first came around, the transition from horses to cars, the first telephones. I saw pictures of candlestick phones, and I knew that I had seen them before. I remember the rise of the women's rights movement to the right to vote. I remember the first radios. But what seemed extremely weird to me as a child was microwaves. They were like magic. We didn't have anything like microwaves at the turn of the 20th century. Nothing. So look at what seemed familiar to you when you were a child. But can you trust this information? I get that question all the time. It's like, okay, so if you were like a writer in this lifetime, of course, you're going to say you were a writer in a past life. If you're an artist, you're going to say you were an artist in a past life. Like, how do you know this is really real or you're just being imaginative? The truth is, this entire universe is imaginative. We've created this entire universe, and I do mean we, because we have a higher self that created this universe. We've created this just through imagination. But even so, there is a way we can know that our current lives reveal the past. And it might not be personal confirmation, but we can look at the bigger picture of what others experience. And how we can look at what others experience is listen to their stories of people who've discovered the names of who they were in a past life. Some people have had the privilege of finding out their exact name and being able to do research on that person. Now, right away, people think of the most famous people who ever lived, but there are people who have found records of their past lives of people who were not as famous. There were people who were important enough that they had a record left of their life. But this person grew up in this lifetime never knowing about that person. They might have lived decades and never heard the name. And then one day, maybe they're online, or maybe they're going to a history museum and they find this person's name and they instantly say, that's me. They might see a photograph of this person and it's like they're seeing a picture of their soul staring back at them. It's very eerie. And then when they go and read about the person, they're like, oh my gosh, that was me. Not only a similar life story, but sometimes the similarities are extremely obvious, like the exact same things happening at the exact same ages in both lifetimes, or having the exact same family dynamic. Maybe you're an only child in both lifetimes, or your parent was the same way in both lifetimes. And you were not influenced by this person's other life because you didn't know about them when you were young. This is very different than a extremely famous life. So maybe you thought you were Cleopatra in a past life, and you've heard of Cleopatra your whole life. So you make life decisions based off of that knowledge. But if you were a lesser known person, I find that better evidence because you hadn't heard of them before. But that brings up a good point. What if you do think you were extremely famous? You think you were Cleopatra. There's lots of people who think they were Cleopatra. Not everybody can be Cleopatra, right? Well, actually, maybe they can be. Because we need to look back at the difference between the spirit and the soul. The spirit is the essence of who we truly are. But our soul is what decorates our spirit and houses our spirit. There's a famous mystic, Saint Teresa of, what is her name? Avila, I think her name is. Anyways, it's written in here. She said, the soul is a house. It's our spirit that is the individuality. Well, it's our individual self, the I. But our soul is in a house. And our soul house has 3 parts, and it's designed like the temple in the Bible. There's the outer court, the inner court, and the Holy of Holies. The Holy of Holies can be entered by only 2 people. It's us and our twin flame. That's where our soul resides, our heart, mind, and will. But outside of the Holy of Holies, other people can live. So we have the inner court, and that is the part where residents live. We have guides that live with us our entire lifetime. They don't live with us for all of eternity or an entire universal cycle, but they live with us for a lifetime, and they reside in the inner court. Then we have the outer court where visitors can come and go. So if you were in the astral plane visiting someone's soul house while they were incarnated, you're going to have the exact same memories as them. And then you incarnate with these exact same memories, and you're thinking you are the incarnation of that famous person because you were inside their soul house. But you were not that person. You weren't the owner of the soul house. And what that means is the owner of the soul house can make decisions. If you're just a resident or a visitor, you can't make decisions, but you still have the same memories. So that is how multiple people can be the same famous person. And it can be hard to know if you were the owner, the resident, or the visitor. One way you can know is if you think you really were the owner of this lifetime, when you see a photograph or a piece of art of them, it's going to be like your soul staring back at you. And you're going to have extreme resonance. Or maybe you were just a visitor or a resident, and you learn about them and you're like, yeah, there's some connection, but not really, because you weren't the owner of that lifetime. So I talked about the IMRE method. What are some other methods you can use to learn about your past lives? You can talk to your higher self. There's many videos online talking about how to talk to your higher self. You can develop soul sight. This is an extrasensory ability where you can see souls. I developed this ability in 2023. I was just on a nature walk, and all of a sudden my higher self said, I'm going to have you have the ability to see souls. I'm like, what? This is a thing? Now I have some soul sight, but it's limited. I can't see souls in great detail, but I can see some souls. And once I developed the ability to see souls, I'm like, this is different from the spirit. I wanted to learn the difference between the soul and the spirit. And I also, when I would stare at people, I'll be like, you don't have a soul, or you have a very undeveloped soul, or wow, your soul is extremely developed. I could see these differences. And not only do I see these differences, I could see my soul in the past. Like I could visualize where I was living in the past. I don't know exactly how to develop soul sight in other people. I just know it came to me. But once again, if you want that ability, ask your higher self. And another method is spiritual downloads. So there's direct communication with spirits for this information. And then spiritual downloads, it's just like a download dump, like on a computer. You'll just get information. That's another way of learning about past lives. So these are the different ways of learning about past lives, but should we learn about past lives? Some people don't want to learn. If you don't want to learn, then you're not meant to. But if you're supposed to learn, then you need to look into it. If you have a desire to learn, that's your sign to learn about it. There's a lot of value in past lives. You can find meaning and purpose. When you connect to your past lives, you see what you did wrong, what you need to improve, what your goals are. You can heal difficult life circumstances. This life can be a repeat of the past, and you can heal the problems in this life by looking at past lives. And you can heal past life traumas, like maybe you're really afraid of water because you drowned in a past life. You don't want to repeat that in this lifetime, in your next lifetime, so you can work on healing that. So there's a lot of benefits to past life work, and it also can help us prepare for the future. As we learn about our past lives, we can see our kind of goals we want to develop, so we can ask our higher self, hey, I want to do this in the future. But important caveat, don't put off to a future life what you can accomplish in this lifetime, because the future can look very different. We don't know where technology and society will go, and what you might want to accomplish might not exist in the future. So it's better to do what you want to accomplish now, but at the same time, we still can make some elementary plans. Talk to your higher self about that. And also, I encourage people to leave a record for their future incarnation to find. There's been a lot of reports of people who found their identity in a past life in the form of writing. A lot of people wrote books and articles and different things, and then people incarnated and they were able to read the exact words they wrote in a past life. And it's brought a lot of healing. The thing is, not everybody's a good writer, but writing was often the only way to leave a trace of our past life or artwork. But there's so many different ways we can leave a trace for our future selves now. There's Facebook and TikTok and YouTube. So I encourage people, make a record with the intention of your future incarnation to find. And also be careful. You don't want to put something out on the internet you don't want your future life to find. So in closing, I want to leave you with the idea that we all can learn about our past lives. We're not going to learn about all of them because there's so many, but there is a purpose. Our past lives help bring about discovery, it can bring about growth, and it can bring about healing and help us on our eternal journey of turning to a higher and higher level of consciousness, which will ultimately lead to oneness with Source. So with that, I'd like to open up the floor to questions.
So people can either put their questions in chat or they can raise their hand like we usually do, just by hitting the hand symbol. So if anybody has any questions, I mean, come on, there's got to be somebody. It was good, Bridget. You did really good.
Thank you. I know some of the stuff is extremely new, like a soul house is a very new concept for people, or even thinking of the soul and spirit as separate things, or we have multiple bodies can be extremely like, what is that?
Pretty cool. I'll probably torment you later about the soul house because I'm curious about it.
Let me see. I had it in my notes and a brain fart. What was the name of that saint who called? She isn't the only one. Soul house, soul house. Where does it talk about soul house in here? I have a table of contents. Soul house is towards the end. Very famous lives in soul houses. Saint Teresa of Avila. She called the soul house.
I think it's interesting that you're twin flame and you can both access the soul house. That's really neat.
The Holy of Holies. Now, if you notice in the Bible, only the high priest can enter the Holy of Holies, only one person, but you're twin flame and you are one. So you share the same soul, the same Holy of Holies.
Right.
We are a configuration of individuality and multiplicity. So in addition to my reincarnation work, I've developed a model to map the different dimensions, and I call my model of the dimensions the multi-unity synergy model. I did a live stream about it last week. If you check out my YouTube channel, Hidden Layers of 3, we live in a synergy line. So we live in a line of various points of consciousness across different dimensions of individuality and multiplicity. So we are both individuals and oneness. And it's a great mystery that's going to take many lifetimes to understand how we are one with everything and we're also our own individual selves.
There's a person in chat. It's Teresa. She's saying, I experience sometimes like a conversation I know I had before, like I'm going along and all of a sudden I'm like, what? This has happened before?
Yeah, deja vu.
Yeah.
That could be because we're living in parallel timelines simultaneously.
So she's had that experience.
Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. Yeah, there's definitely a bunch of trinities. The universe is full of threes. I'll be honest with you, I have not mapped exactly what the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost mean. That is something I have to figure out. I seek the divinity as monotheism, polytheism, and pantheism. Those three layers, which seem contradictory, are not contradictory. They're different layers of the same thing at different levels. Yeah, we are individuals yet together. So I believe this is outside of talking about reincarnation, but in my multi-unity synergy model, we are in a group of 144,000 spirits that are divided into 12 dimensions. I believe the universe has 12 dimensions, and each has 12,000. So in the Bible, it talks about the 12 tribes of Israel with 12,000 per dimension. So we're in a group of 144,000. And each of us are in a synergy line, a line of 12 points of consciousness, one per dimension, because I believe the universe has 12 dimensions. Now, the word synergy means the sum of the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. So 1 + 1 = 3. That might sound ridiculous, but think of a man and a woman coming together and creating a baby. That is 2 parts becoming 3. We are in a point of 12 points of consciousness. So our lower self is our dimensional self in dimensions 1 through 3. Our middle self is our self in dimensions 4 through 6. Our individual higher self is in dimensions 7 through 9. And our collective higher self is in dimensions 10 through 12. So 4 groups of 3 in this universe. There's other ways of designing a universe, but I've looked at different universe systems. They're all by 3s or maybe an additional 1. So what I mean by that is I say this universe is 12, but it's actually 13 because of source. Source is 0D, is beyond time and space, beyond this universe, but also within it. It's very different. So you can say this universe is 12D or 13D. They're both correct. But I look at these different systems will say there's 6 dimensions, 9 dimensions, 12 dimensions, 15 dimensions, 18 dimensions. Some say 7, which breaks the 3 model, but I believe it's 6 + 1 for source. They're all talking about 3s because I believe there's different ways to build a universe, and it's always increasing by 3. But we're in a 12D universe at the moment, or 13 if you count source.
And they said that they're all happening together.
They're all happening together.
That's what they're asking.
Dolores Cannon said that the past exists, but the past isn't happening. So you can't redo the past. It's done. It still exists though. You can still watch it like a movie reel. You cannot redo the past. What you can do is you can do a branching timeline. So
Right.
I didn't want to get into that because I thought might be confusing, but you can actually reincarnate into the past. Like you can reincarnate in your future lifetime could be in the 1300s. But you're not going into the original 1300s. You're going into a branching timeline, which is a similarity of that. It's sort of like a historical reenactment. We can do a historical reenactment of the Civil War or the Revolutionary War, but we're not really in the Civil War or the Revolutionary War.
Nelson has talked to you in local chat too.
Okay. I'm finding it hard to read these. Okay. We can reincarnate as another form besides human, but as animals is often questioned by so many. I've seen cases where humans reincarnate as a dog or a snake. Yeah, it's going to depend on your level of consciousness. Some people can come back as animals and some can't.
So do you have to have a higher level of consciousness in order to come back as an animal, do you think?
No, animals are less evolved, with the exception of some exceptions. Like dolphins are pretty highly evolved. Cows are pretty highly evolved. Primates. It depends. And you can go backwards. When I say you can't go back, you kind of can if you're willing to go backwards.
Yeah.
Like there's this concept in Buddhism of a bodhisattva. For a bodhisattva has attained higher, but voluntarily goes lower. So you can go backward, but you're giving up some of what you've already accomplished. You cannot go backward and stay the same. You have to give up. But animals aren't all the same. There are some animals that are much higher evolved than others. Nobody really wants to come back as a mosquito.
No.
No one really wants to come back as a bed bug.
Ooh. No, that would suck.
They have lower levels of consciousness.
Anybody else? Do you guys have any more questions? We have 10 minutes.
I
Yeah.
do want to say that my next live stream is going on my YouTube channel, Hidden Layers of 3, will be this Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern. We're going to talk about cosmic containers. A cosmic container is a way of organizing the universe. So there's been a lot of confusion on these different terms. We're going to talk about the difference between these different cosmic containers, such as what is a realm, what is a dimension, what is a plane, what is a universe. Because there's so much confusion. People will say timeline, like they'll say universe. I went to a different universe when they really mean they went to a different timeline. Or
Right.
they'll confuse plane with dimension all the time. So we'll talk about that.
And Bridget's going to be a part of our August summit. It's going to be starting at 12 PST and going until 5 PST.
I'm in the Eastern time zone, so I keep saying Eastern.
Yes, of course.
The majority of the United States lives in either the Eastern or the Central. 80% of the US population is Eastern or Central, with Eastern being the most populated. So, but
Yeah.
there's a lot of people in Pacific too. Mountain has the least number of people.
Oh, lucky us.
You're the mountain. You're the least populated North American time zone.
Yeah. Mind you, we have a lot of prairie and trees and mountains, so that's, yeah. There's definitely less people, I think.
And we also don't live in the United States, so.
Oh, true. Well, jealous. America's going downhill right now.
Yeah. It's unfortunate.
Do you know it's all part of reincarnation? Not only do we reincarnate as humans, the universe reincarnates and countries reincarnate. And it can be turmoil. Like America's going through a transition. We're reincarnating to a different form, but we got to go through some hard times to get there.
Yeah. That's so true.
Does anybody have anything they'd like to share about things they know about their past lives or resonances they have, memories from childhood?
Anybody? Anyone?
What about you, Wytchwhisper?
Ask the question again. Experience that I've had.
Like things you think might have been true about your past life.
Well, I know I've been a man.
Yep, same here.
I know I have murdered people, and I know I've been murdered. And I remember the Second World War, because I was in it with my little brother. And yeah, that sort of stuff. I remember falling down or being thrown down the stairs. And then like I think it was the Elizabethan time. And my head, when it hit the floor, the blood just like everywhere. So yeah, but the images are really vivid, like especially the murders and stuff. And like I used to have this nightmare before I realized about the murders, that there was like these disembodied bodies that were in a bunch of Ziploc bags in a pool that would just float around. It was so freaky. And it was a reoccurring dream until I had that memory.
Oh,
So,
I didn't even mention that, but dreams are a great way to find out about past lives too.
yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. I've had some wild dreams. Mind you, I've also had some dreams about being like an Amazon warrior as well, which was pretty cool. Yeah. Trudging through the forest with my staff and all that sort of stuff. Anybody else? Tuna?
Someone wrote they were born in 1979, but they feel like a young person in the 70s and died and got reincarnated. So their last life, I assume this means the last life, they died in the 70s and then they were reborn in 1979. So that's a very short interval of time. But it's not really short because time is not how it's perceived in the astral. You could have been in the astral for a long time.
Yeah, that's so true.
And if anyone want to get on and talk about what they know about their past lives.
You know?
Well, it's not so much a past life, it's connecting with a past life, and I was all of probably 13 years old. And I was hanging out with a couple of friends of mine, and it was the first time that I had ever done a seance, and I was the medium of the seance. And we were sitting around this kitchen table that my parents had, and it had this white, um, white round top, but it had an old antique sewing machine bottom that was like a cast iron sewing machine. And the people who were interested in doing it, we were all people who were young, we were all magicians, and we all had a love for Harry Houdini. So, and in my living room, my parents had this whole shelf of it's a printer's block shelf with all of these miniatures on it. And I'll get back to that in a moment. Just put a bookmark there. So we're joining hands. We're each holding each other's hand. Me, my friend Bobby Gutwillig, and my friend Michael Cupitz. We're holding each other's hands, and I say, Eric Weiss, if you're there, please give us a sign. And Eric Weiss was Houdini's birth name. And nothing, 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 nothing. And all of a sudden, the sewing machine bottom started making noise. It started moving. Okay, so we don't trust each other. We think that maybe someone's playing a game because we are kids and we're magicians and stuff like that. But we turned it into a whole test condition thing where there's just no way that this was just happening because of us. And the sewing machine bottom would go and and there was a candle on the table, and I said, "Look, if you're really here, give us a definite sign." And all of a sudden, I hear a thud in the other room, and the printer shelf that's in my living room had a little miniature sewing machine from the same time period that had fallen on the floor and hit the floor at that moment. And, you know, being a magician, you either stop believing in the magic of the universe or you double down and you believe stronger in it.
Yeah.
And this is me, believing stronger in it. And I just got a notice saying that it is now 6 o'clock and somebody else is on now. And I
That
have a
would be-
feeling
It's
it's
you.
me.
Yeah, it's you.
Yes. So I'll use,
You think you're Houdini?
I don't think that, well, okay, I kind of go with that whole theory of we aren't all, we aren't like, I'm certainly not going out and doing, grand magic shows like he was doing. I'm touching the world with magic in a different way. And I believe that in the way that I experience reincarnation and the way that I, find it to be, is that part of it is that we are touched by people in the world that were parts of our past. They become parts of us. Maybe
Yes.
they inhabit other people too. My grandfather, my Papa Butz, he, I have a chai, a Jewish mystic symbol that I wear around my neck. And it was my grandfather's chai that he wore for many years. And when I'm having a challenging time, my grandfather is one of those people who comes to me and channels into me. And some strange things have happened in my life with him. Like I was walking down the street in down the like my grandparents had this backyard. And I walk down the backyard. I walk about 4 blocks to this little convenience store. And I used to go to the convenience store all the time. And my grandfather went there once, and they actually were able to figure out that I was his grandson by my mannerisms and who I was. So even today, when I'm being me, I'm getting to be my grandfather past my grandfather being there because, you know, he would look at my grandmother and he would say, "Boob, you did it again," after she cooked something that was amazing, or she cooked something that was really simple. So, um, to
There,
it's emotional anyway. But this leads me into me now and why I'm here today.
before you start, I just want to interrupt and let Bridget know that there's a lot of comments that people have said about you, Bridget. So you might want to check that out when you're
I just
muted.
see a lot of thanks, and I want to thank everybody for everybody thanking me. That's really nice. Is there anything more than just thanks? I see thanks.
That was it.
Okay. Well, thank
Yeah.
you everybody for thanking me. I
There was
appreciate it.
something about a grist mill.
Oh, so I don't know anything about grist mills. So I know mills were more common in the past than they are now. I'm not drawn to any mills from a past life, but Teresa is, and that's interesting.
Okay.
All right. So on to Tuna. This is the odd guru,
Yeah,
who is also known as Tuna Oddfellow.
right.
He's going to take over and wow you guys with all his information.
I wish
Okay.
we had more time. Your story sounded interesting.
We will find ways to tell our stories again and again and invite different ones of you to tell your stories from different angles, because I think that's an important reality, especially whereas we're all spiritual people, and those of us who have stories to tell and ways to communicate and ways to share with all of you and to give you our authentic selves in many different ways. There's so many different ways for us to do that. And there's no way within a half hour or an hour, however long as one is
Right.
presenting, to give you a full feel of what we do. Um, so while I'm thinking about it, because it's bothering me that my email address that's on my screen says tuna@theoddguru.com, but right now that's broken. So if you decide I'm worth listening to and I'm worth talking to more after this ends, just go to Wytchwhisper's site. I manage it with her, and you can actually sign up to speak to me more through that.
Okay.
Okay, so I am Tuna Oddfellow. I was born Matthew Fishman, but nobody calls me that but mom. And well, friends who hang out with you all the time like to call you Matthew too, Wytchwhisper. Um, but so I am Tuna Oddfellow. At this point in time, I've spent the past 20 years as a creator under that name. But for some time now, I realized that I was already following the spiritual path forever and finding different ways to take my community and teach them how to have magical experiences, how to share with them. I was a stage magician, in fact, for many years. So when we talk about, Harry Houdini being that question earlier, I've been doing magic since I was 5 years old. And that being a magician since I was 5 means that I was also exploring the hold on. I want to be able to see my face on the large screen. I have this camera set for actually I'll keep it this way because this way I can see you all. All right. So, being a magician, I was always fascinated by the magic of the universe, the things that were impossible. And then, because of my experiences in doing magic, I was always looking for why the world happens the way that it does. Fast forward to me being 10 years old. And at 10 years old, I was diagnosed with hydrocephalus, water on the brain, and I had to have very serious brain surgery that put a shunt in my head, which was a drain that drains the spinal fluids through your head. And it stopped me from having the world's worst headaches you could possibly imagine. And they were terrible and they were horrible. And I wouldn't wish them on anybody. They thought they were migraines, then they found out that they were a symptom of my hydrocephalus. So they put a shunt in my head, and everything was okay for about a year and a half, maybe 2 years. When I was 12 years old, I slipped into a coma, which lasted for 97 days. And when I woke up, I was completely paralyzed. And I had to relearn how to do everything over again. So it put me in a position where I had to really look at the world and look at what was going on around me and realize that I had to find strength in areas that I may not have been trained to have that faith in at that point. Now, my dad was the first person who ever gave me motivational teachings. He said to me, "Here are 10 two-letter words to live by. If it is to be, it is up to me." And so I internalized those words. If it is to be, it is up to me. And as I was faced with this experience of being paralyzed, of not knowing if I would ever walk again, talk again, move again, dance again, it sucked. It was horrible and it hurt. And I wasn't getting the best encouragement from the doctors. You know, when they actually first saw me out of the hospital, they said, "Mr. and Mrs. Fishman, this is the worst thing that we've ever seen." And then when I got out of, so that was out, when I first got out of the coma, they said that. Then when I was paralyzed, they said, "This is the worst thing we've ever seen, blah, blah, blah." And I just had to fight and fight. And I did. What it did for me is it gave me a sense of faith that if I pushed and I worked harder at what I needed to do, that I could actually get there and believe in the power and the magic of the universe. Fast forward to a couple of years later, I got to be starting to do my magic more regularly. In fact, even before I was doing that time in my coma, I did my first magic show at the age of 9 years old professionally. And from there, I would do gigs all the time. And it was just a magical time and a magical experience. But I also realized that I had a role that I had to play, and I had a duty to teach other people how to have faith in themselves, to believe in what's possible, and not just to do it because people have disabilities or because people have had a tragedy in their life, but because there are so many things that happen to each and every one of us that become what we believe are roadblocks in our lives. And maybe it's because somebody said to us, oh, don't go into the arts, you'll starve. Or, you know, yeah, you could do that, but you're not really an athlete. Or, yeah, well, people who go to college for that, they don't move on to careers that are going to do whatever it is. What I want to do for people is to teach them that they have the ability to follow their dreams and do whatever it is that they put their minds to, whatever it is that they want. If it is to be, it is up to me. But sometimes, just sometimes, that's not enough. Sometimes we need to have other people in our lives who are our guides. Maybe our guides are our spiritual guides who we have, and I certainly call upon them often. But then sometimes we need people in our lives who we go to who have a lot of experience in knowing how to teach others how to overcome their limitations, how to take themselves to levels they did not dream they possibly could have. You know, I could not have imagined at that time where I was sick that I would one day be somebody who could wake up every morning and go out and create magic shows in the middle of nowhere and build crowds in front of me as a professional street performing magician. And that was, well, for lack of a better word, magical. To know that we have the ability to make something from nothing. And when we, as spiritual guides, as some of you are wanting to reach as many people as possible, one of the things that we need to be able to do is to be able to say to an audience, I'm here, I see you, I hear you, and I want to work with you and share the magic with each and every one of you. And let me take a look at something here. I just saw something that Teresa said. She said, for her, it was the need to be more practical. And I think that's something to do with something someone might have asked her. But anyway, I'll get into more of the comments. Okay, that's what people told you. Oh yeah, that would actually make a lot of sense then, Teresa. Yeah, being a magician, that's not going to pay the bills. Well, guess what? It did pay the bills, sometimes better than the other stuff did. Oh, and the other thing, I've spent a great majority of my life as a social and political activist fighting for social change. And I did it professionally, where I would call people up and I would talk to them and I would teach to them about fighting to save the world, fighting for human rights, fighting for GLBT rights, fighting to create proper changes that need to happen to give people basic human rights and to keep the world a better place. And when I first came out to my parents back when I was, 20 years old as uh, bisexual and pansexual and living with different alternative lifestyles, my mother said, you know, are you aware there's a disease called AIDS? And I said, yeah, I am aware of that. And I'm aware that that's part of being, somebody who is educated in whatever it is they're choosing to do, is to do so and to be smart about their future. Then they said, well, we can understand you being that, but why do you have to be out about it? And I said, because of people like you, is what I said. Because if we do not fight for who we are, whatever we are, then nobody's going to do the fighting for us. And right now, we're living in a society, in a time, whether you're in the US, Canada, or any place else, where rights that some of us take for granted, are being stripped away from us. So that became part of how I made a living, was by talking about the things that I cared about and was passionate about, but also to teach other people who were passionate about those issues how they could talk to other people as a coach, teaching people how they could teach people and fundraise and teach people and get people organized and get people out there voting, or get people out there making differences, protecting their cities, or whatever it might be. And what that has to do with what we do here as spiritual people, as people who are on our paths, whatever our paths really are, is that when you know what you want, how do you take your voice and use your voice to the way that's going to give you the strongest results, and is going to be able to take your passion, your strength, what you believe in, and get that out to your clients, to your friends, to your family, to your world. And one of the things that I also do is what I'm here to do when I'm here with you, is to be a coach, but also to teach you how to get your messages across, whether that's simply by teaching you how to talk to your audience and make your voice heard, or how to use tools, new tools that people are using all the time now, like ChatGPT or any of the other AIs that are available. I myself use Gemini, but there's lots of different things that people use. And if you are not an AI person, that's fine too. Not everybody is, and not everybody ever will be. It's how do you use pen and paper then to get your ideas across and to create your journal, your paper journal, that's going to make your plans so that you know that 7 months down the road, 7 years down the road, your ideas, your plans, the things you want to do are progressing. Life happens. And while we're in the busy making our plans to do something, we go, oh, I'm going to write a book on motivation. And we forget about it, except that it's all outlined in our paper journal. So we go back to it when we're ready. And I think I said during an earlier time today, during somebody else's thing, that I have this set of books in my head that I'm now closer to writing, but I'm articulating to people every single time I have a session like this, right? One of the things that I'm going to be offering today is an album that I've made. And the album I made is designed to be a piece of motivation for you. And that is available in the store, or if it's not in the store yet, it will be available in the store for $8.88, just as your way of expressing your energy towards what I'm putting into with this. It's a little album that's there to remind you of all of the obstacles that are put in our way and all of the ways to get past those obstacles and to rise above it and to find our inner magic and to find our inner power and to actually be able to take it and to rise to levels where we can make our voices heard and create the magic that the world needs, because the world needs all of our magic right now. And it needs us to be able to grow with one another. So, yes, I'm just seeing if I'm just continuing to see what the practicality part of it. It's very practical to talk about the things that we love and to find the right audience and to find the right way to get paid and to write the right way to have a voice. And also to recognize that as creators, as content creators, we get our voice out there whether or not people are ready to embrace us the way that we need them to later. Does that make sense? I have more to say, I'm sure. But let's open up the floor for things that y'all have to say before I get to the next level of this. Any questions? I can tell from the silence that you're stunned.
I have questions.
Oh, good.
So does Bridget. She
Okay,
just said
good.
in chat.
Okay, good.
So go ahead with Bridget.
Okay. Let me explain to you how, first of all, how you combine spirituality and magic. Now, when you ask the question, I think you mean how do I combine stage magic with spirituality? Am I right? Maybe we can turn Bridget on. Okay, that's what she meant. All right. So, well, a lot of people who are motivational coaches use different types of entertainment to get their points across. Some people get out there and they play all sorts of, music that gets people all pumped up and they're going and they're yes, 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 everybody jump. They get their audiences going and they get them energized and motivated. And I certainly do plenty of that when I'm playing with people. But I do it and I get people out on the street and I say things like, hello, folks, step right up, see the magic, see the mystery, see the fun, see it here, see it now. I am Tuna Oddfellow, better known as the Odd Guru, here to amaze, amuse, dazzle, and confuse right here, right now, on this little stage. I do a few impossible things. Now, why do I do it day after day and night after night, you might ask? That I could tell you in one word: money. No, 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 that's not it. Love. The love of community, the love of people, and the love of each and every one of you. You see, together we really do have the ability to do more together as a group. And if we together join hands and sing Kumbaya, we can cause the magic to happen on this little stage. Now imagine that we're all standing in some big city square and I'm playing with you all and I'm doing the magic. That's how I would do my street shows. And for those of you, and there's probably nobody that I'm seeing here other than Witchy who knows what I do in the virtual world of Second Life. But in the virtual world of Second Life, I have been also being that same persona, that street performing guy who I am when I'm out on the streets. I mean, I say when I'm out on the streets, haven't done it in quite some time, but I was a street magician on the streets of Boston for many, many years. And I would use my motivational messages to get people excited, get people, joining hands. Just the concept of getting people to join. Oh, now I'm in Red Deer, Canada, thanks to a twist of fate and a little bit of challenge happening in my life in the United States. And I ended up spending 5 years in Texas. Things happened really badly for me, and I needed to get out, and I just was in a really bad space. A friend of mine, her name is Wytchwhisper. said to me, hey, well, I have a room available. And she was going through a hard time. Her granny had passed away that previous year and things were hard. And she was the person who took care of her granny for the past 10 years before that. So there was a space missing in her world. So she became my bestie. And I'm here now sharing this with you. It is that whole trauma that happened with me that draw me to Red Deer. It's that situation that put me in a situation where suddenly I was learning from people like Jill Stein. And it's that same energy now that I want to give back to all of you, to share with you, to love with you, to play with you, to teach you all how to play, to teach you all how to, have that sense of magic, that sense of wonder, to know that you can do everything you were told you couldn't do before. And that if you need a motivational guide, I can be that person for you. Okay, because I do that.
Yes.
And also, if you need somebody who,
Tuna,
yes,
I'm sorry to interrupt your thought, but people are talking to you in chat.
I'm watching the chat and I'm actually
Okay.
answering it as I can.
Okay.
And
because you
and
didn't
what
say anything to Nelson. That's why I
okay,
wondered
let me
if you
see.
saw
Nelson,
his.
hi Tuna, but sorry if I missed it. How did you come upon the name of Tuna Oddfellow? Thank you for sharing your interesting and unique story and how you help others. Your presence brings positive energy. And Nelson is awesome. Nelson, we've now known Nelson for quite some time. He comes to a lot of events. And I love seeing Nelson's own energy when he comes to these. And I was born with the handicap of being a fishman. All right, it wasn't a handicap, but it was my last name. And being a Matthew Fishman, you got called names like Fish Face and Fish Head in school. But when I was in third grade, I had a woman whose name was Jana, who became that first romantic interest. And Jana had black hair and blue eyes, and she would go out for ice cream with me, and she would call me Fishy. And so for a while, I was just Fishy. And then when I was doing my magic, at the age of 9 years old, I had my first set of business cards because I was doing professional magic shows. My first gig was me at 9 years old doing a magic show for one of my neighbors and getting paid for it and me going, oh, wow, this is really cool. I could do this and I can get paid for doing something that I love. No way, get out. And so it just was I had business cards printed up by the time I was 10 and a half or 11. And the business card had a picture of a fish with a magic wand in his hand and a top hat. And I was the great fish. Well, at some point or another, I decided I wasn't that great. And then I just became, well, in 10th grade, the girls were making fun of me. And the way that they did so was by chanting, Fish the Magish! Fish the Magish! Fish the Magish! And, well, I did what anybody does when people make fun of them. I said, that's brilliant. That's ingenious. And that became my name in magic for many years. Fish the Magish. And I developed a whole bunch of fish shtick. As Fish the Magish, I followed the fisherman's oath, and that is to salmonly swear to tell the trout, the whole trout, and nothing but the trout. So help me cod. I'm not my brother's kipper. I'm thinking about giving up magic and motivation and going into religion. I'll be a holy mackerel, or else I'm going into the music business and I'll be a piano tuna. You could tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish. I know I'm making a real bass of myself, but it's just a fluke. And the jokes go downstream from there. What do you want? I'm not getting paid scale for this gig, okay? Anyway, if you haven't figured it out yet, I love what I do. We love what we do. We love sharing this with all of you. And you'll find that I take that same energy, that same zaniness, that same fun, and I'm putting that into the music that I'm creating. I take that same energy, that same fun, and if you decide that you want to work with me, we teach each other how to have fun in those sessions as well. And there are several different ways those go. It's helping you with your motivation, helping you with the things on your journey, and also helping you to use the technologies that are available to us if that's the way you want to go.
You're pausing, so I'm going to take advantage and say, Bridget asked you a question about red deer.
Okay, I thought I answered that.
Oh, did you?
Yeah,
Okay.
she said, how did I end up here?
Yeah, but she wanted to know if it was hard to find places to do magic.
Well, I'm in a different space in my life right now than I was when I started doing street magic. I started doing street magic back many years ago. In fact, I started right after 9/11. And it was very traumatic, even though I didn't live in New York City at the time. I grew up on Long Island and I was born in New York City. So when the towers went down, that was very traumatic for a lot of people in everywhere, but especially the closer you were to it, and especially when you had people who were in the towers when it happened, well, all right, a particular person who I'm thinking of was supposed to have a meeting in that tower that day and didn't, by the grace of their gods, their goddesses, whatever powers you believe in. They didn't have that and they survived. But knew people who lost their world that day. And so I took that as my cue to start doing my street magic. And the first thing I did was I got myself a container, and it was this container that looked like a Chinese food container, but it was like a purse that you could put your cards and your coins and your ropes into. And I took a stand, like the music stands, and I put it on the bottom of it. And I took a pair of chopsticks and I put them inside of it, and those became my magic wands. And I started doing this street show, and I called it the Fish the Magician Magic Show to Go. And I would stand on the streets of Harvard Square in front of the Gap, and I would uh, I would actually I'm just making sure I'm not missing people's comments here. Um, okay, great. Um, so I would do this Fish the Magician magic show to go, and I would build crowds in front of me. And much like we all struggle as entrepreneurs, if that is what we're doing here, who are spiritual entrepreneurs. And just as we all struggle in our lives, if we're just trying to find our community and the people who we're trying to reach out to, touch, and share our beliefs and our love and to grow with, we're going to do things that we get better at every single time we do them. And I don't claim to be perfect any more than anybody here should, right? But what I do know is how to motivate other people and how to teach other people how to reach their strongest potential and how to take you to your next levels and how to learn how to play again. Because that's part of the problem, is that we stop playing and we stop doing things that are spontaneous. See, that wasn't planned, obviously.
I just
But
wanted to say Tuna makes weird voices in Suno as well. For anybody who didn't know that.
yes, um, the particular soundtrack that I'm going to be offering as part of my offering today is me with some very, very, not silly music. But if you want some of the silly music, I could put that together for you too. Um, this just seemed like it was more of an occasion to teach you some motivation, put that motivation into an album of my teaching, my belief systems, and things that will genuinely help every person, I hope, on their path, and also give you an idea of how I think. And as my offering, as my free offering today, if you sign up for the list, which actually you're going to be doing through the shared list with me and Wytchwhisper, just put a note in there for me and contact me and book me for just a session of an exploratory session. So we can get to know each other, talk to each other for 15, 20 minutes, a half hour, whatever feels good for us, and decide if the fit is good for you, for me, for us, and to see what the next step is if there's another step. Yeah. But in terms of playing, in terms of having fun, it's one of the things that we as presenters sometimes forget to do. It's something that we as people who are talking to our community or talking one-on-one with a client forget to do, is suddenly it becomes dry and it becomes not refreshing. It becomes stale. And when we do that, our community feels it because we're just saying the same things. We're just getting the same message out there, but we're not, you know, we don't feel like we're being ourselves. And I hope I'm sounding like I'm being myself because, well, gosh darn it, I am.
Yes, I can swear on a don't have a Bible up here, but if I had a Bible, I would swear, yes, Tuna is completely being himself.
Right. And just because it's important to me to give you all of my pronouns and all of that because it's part of who I am. I am Tuna Oddfellow. I generally go by they, them, or he. Um, in virtual worlds, which I've spent over 20 years in, I'm just as likely to be male or female or undefined for long periods of time and not have people really know what gender I am. Because I think that being ungendered makes more sense for me. And one of the things that I found in my world was that when I'm open with people, when I share with people, when I let people know who I am, the people who need me and who need I find my people, is I guess the way to say it. And the people who aren't my people, well, I'm not going to find those people because they're not my people. You got it, people? And it's a joy to be able to do what I do. It's a joy to be able to share with each and every one of you. And it's a joy to be able to do things involving magic. And that's what this has become for me, is another way to do the magic. And as I start doing Zoom shows for myself, I am going to be finding ways to integrate my stage magic into my work, just like I was able to give you my fish shtick during this particular presentation. I, will find ways to incorporate my magic into my teaching. If I had 3 ropes in front of me, which I should almost at this point, but I don't, I would hold them up and I would say, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and chicklets of all ages, I have in front of me 1 small, 1 medium, and 1 large rope. And I would take the small, the medium, and the large rope, and I would tell you a story about unity and how it doesn't matter whether you're small, whether you're medium, or whether you're large. That what matters is how we are brought up. What matters is how we not just are brought up, but how we choose to be as adults, regardless of how we were brought up. And I would teach you ways in which we are all the same rather than the ways that we differ from each other. Because I think sometimes we learn to put ourselves into separate boxes from the people who are different from us too. And we have labels that we give to people, and we have ways of communicating to people that actually puts gates between us and other people. So messaging is important, sharing is important, but learning the ways in which you can reach people and be on the level with people, regardless of where they walk in their lives, is very, very important. And as I hear myself talk, I feel myself genuinely experiencing the feelings that I feel because they're mine. But I also think about, even as the words are coming out of my mouth, how do I take the next steps to take what I said today and make them more powerful the next time? How do I help people to reach that one person who maybe I didn't get to this time, who, if I would have listened to them more, maybe I could have helped them out of something that they were going through? And I'm also being very aware now of the time, because we're almost at the 15-minute before mark. And I want to give people time to ask questions, to talk, and to really know where your heads are at. And you all rock.
Did you see Bridget's question?
I saw Bridget smile, but okay.
Distracted by Bridget's beauty. We understand.
That's right. Well, I was looking at the other part of the screen, the one that actually has us here. And, she has the flowers behind her. And so she's leaning back and she's smiling. And so that's really cool. And so now she moves away because that's right. Okay. So we were talking about past lives and magic while she was on, and magic while she was on. We have more time. Would I like to talk more about that? I would love to talk more about that, because you see, I don't just believe, I know that the magic of the universe is much more advanced than people let themselves know, than let themselves believe. I know that I have spent a lifetime full of synchronicities and coincidences that cannot be coincidences. They're just not possible to be. When I moved from Massachusetts to New Orleans back in 1997, it was an amazingly interesting time for me. And it was the first time that I had moved out of the East Coast, and I was moving to New Orleans to the South. And I needed signs that I was making the right choices. And so I walked through the streets of Harvard Square, and as I did, and that was the streets of Harvard Square where I had done my street magic, as I did so, I would walk a few steps and I would run into somebody who I knew. And then I would run into another step and I would run into somebody else who I knew. And people who I was meant to say goodbye to each and every one of them in a very synchronistic and non-mathematically possible way, all came out to say goodbye to me. People who shouldn't at concentration have been in the square that day to say goodbye, to let me know that I was on the right path and the right way. And then when I moved from Massachusetts to New Orleans, I went through my first 6 days there just being learning the mundane job that I was doing as a collection agent. And on the 6th day, I went to the little city that I was living in, which was just outside of New Orleans, called Fat City in Metairie, Louisiana. And the first time I went out by myself, I'm walking down the streets and I look up and I see these people and they all have pentacles on and they're dressed in black and they're my people. I knew they're my people. They're my witchy people. And I look at them and I say, excuse me, but I know this is either a goth convention or you might have a good answer for me. Where do I find all of the pagans around here? And they said, follow us. And I look up and we're right in front of this place that's called Odin's Inn. I walk into Odin's Inn and I find out that I'm at the first ever public pagan gathering of what they call the Pagan's Night Out. And I proceed to meet people who would turn into my brothers and my sisters, who I would form a brotherhood with and friendships with over the course of the 3 years that I lived in New Orleans. It's finding that magic. It's finding that universe. And when I left New Orleans, the week before I left New Orleans, I'm walking down the street again, and I look up, and there they are again. And I look up and I find out that it's the second ever Pagan's Night Out. And I walk into Odin's Inn, and I meet the person who's the high priestess of the Covenant of the Pentacle Wiccan Church, which was a public pagan group. And she looks at me and she gives me a ring off of her finger. And the ring is the ring of a dragon. The ring is a ring of a dragon, and the dragon I wear on my finger for quite some time after that. And I remember the day that the dragon disappeared and the dragon was gone, because I teach people the dragon method. And that is part of what I share with all of you, is that we all carry within us our inner dragon, whether you think about that realistically or metaphorically, or just it's not your metaphor, it's not your path. But for me, it's something that aligned me with people such as Jill Stein, because she teaches her dragon system. And for me, it also is how I teach people how to use technology, to use their inner dragon, and to teach technology such as artificial intelligence, not how to do things instead of them, but how to infuse those technologies with their voice, with their heart, with what they believe in, with what they love, so that on the day that you're not feeling like you can do it, when you're feeling like you can't do it yourself, you have the autopilot that can do it for you, and you're not having it do it instead of you. You have to keep feeding the dragon, because the dragon's going to keep knowing your voice, and your voice is going to keep changing as you go, because you need to grow. I'm looking at all of you, and I love the faces that I'm seeing here. And I love the power that we all have when we work together. And what I want to be able to do for all of you is to raise your personal power, to raise your inner magic, because you don't need some odd guru to get that magic. You need somebody to hold your hand, to maybe show you that you had that ability all along. You had that power all along. Sometimes we just need a friend, and we just need somebody else to give us some direction and some guidance to get us there. Thank you.
Okay. Now you have to dance. No, I'm just kidding.
If you've only half a brain, don't you worry, 'cause you know all you need is half a brain to watch the oddball show. But for those who really feel that your nerves are made of steel, just sit back, relax, and get another load of it.
That sounds good.
Thank you very much. That'll be on my next album. No, I don't know. Have no idea. These things, yeah.
All right. Well, we have a few minutes and nobody's asking questions. So I'm going to share one of the songs off my Earth Angel album.
Oh, I thought we could actually give one of my songs if.
Well, we can do one of your songs too.
Okay. Just
Okay,
because.
let me just set this up then. Hold on.
Right.
So here we go with one of Tuna's songs. Which one do you want? Calibrate Chest, Fire Edge Forging, Shifting Grid?
How about the
Blueprint?
very last song on the album, because it's kind of that,
Threshold song?
Yeah.
Okay.
The room is now electric, the day is complete. The journey has brought us to where we all meet. You came here with questions, you came here with scars, but look at the light radiating like stars. You're leaving the room, but you're keeping the fire. The calibration is lifting you higher. Cross the threshold, step into the sun. The healing is real, and the work has begun. Take the magic we found in this beautiful place and carry it out with a powerful grace. You are the wonder, you are the key. Step into the reality you're meant to be. To the women who found where their spirits belong, to the healers who finally heard their own song, to the creators who watch their constraints fall away, welcome to the dawn of a beautiful day. The invisible partnership holds you in love, aligned with the earth and the heavens above. Cross the threshold, step into the sun. The healing is real, and the work has begun. Take the magic we found in this beautiful place the center when shadows appear. Remember the power that awoke for you here. The dragon is peaceful, the portal is wide, the ultimate sanctuary rests deep inside. Go forth in power. Go forth in light. Your magic ocean is taking its
So I don't know if you can hear me if I talk over it, but
Yeah.
I did want to take some, coming towards the very end, I want to take a moment to thank everybody again. Thank everybody for taking the time to hear me, to share with me, and for all of us to join hands and sing Kumbaya together, metaphorically. But seriously, if you decide that you want to work with me, you can do so on our website. I don't have my link in front of me because I was busy talking with all of you, but that will be here for you as well. And if you want to do just an exploratory session with me, we can do that too. But love and light, and until next time, dream in color.
And the music can be found in the music section of the website. So it'll say our music. And in there you can find what you just heard, as well as Earth Angel Belly Dance Meditation that I shared with you earlier today.
The plan is that I have that album that I have for $888, $8.88. But also, I want to put together a companion piece, which I'm still thinking about how that's going to work out. But if I do that, if you do end up deciding to get the book now, I'll throw in the companion piece. But if you don't now, there'll be an extra thing that I'll add later.
Well, that's cool of you, Tuna.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
I
that's
try to do
awesome.
that. Well, so
Sarah
hugs.
Coolidge. Sarah Coolidge is next. So, Sarah, I have a introduction thing for you. Did you guys know that Sarah's favorite colors are purple and blue? She doesn't eat meat, and she likes learning everything and spirituality. Wait a minute, is that's not you, Sarah? That's this is my first time trying this. I'm sorry. No, Sarah's favorite colors are purple. Things that she would avoid is hot and cold places. And things that she loves is our planet. My bad, I'm sorry.
Well, it's kind of fun to hear that all of a sudden I don't eat meat. Maybe that's what's going to happen tomorrow.
No, that was for Bridget. I'm sorry, Bridget.
No worries. Yeah. Well, thank you, Witchy. And are we diving in? Is that what's happening now?
Yes, dive in and swim like
All
the
right.
mermaid you are.
Well, I just want to celebrate, number one, the music I just heard. Again, you guys amaze me between the two of you, the music you produce and how you do it. I have no idea. but it's certainly there, like real, and sounds complicated, and sounds that one very inspiring. Like, okay, let's change the world. So thank you for sharing it, and thanks for inviting me to come on and play with all of you.
No, thanks for
So
appreciating
I'm
it.
going to ask you to make me co-host so that I can share some slides, and
You
I
are
don't think I
co-host.
am yet. And I'm also gonna, oh, your cloud recording, I guess. Okay, so I can't record as well, it looks like.
I think you are recording.
Yeah, well, I think you are. I mean,
Well, I am, but there's like a little cloud beside you that is.
yeah, I mean, I don't know if it will record to my cloud as well. I can't see, and I don't want to mess with it because the last thing I want to do is mess yours up.
I appreciate
Um,
that.
yeah,
Regardless, if it doesn't, I will definitely give you a
yeah.
copy.
Thank you. Yeah. All righty. So, before I dive in, I'm going to be talking a little bit with you all tonight about communication and how we can do it in a way that feels better. And so, what I'd like you to think about before I start talking is just if you could spend a minute thinking about maybe some communication issues that you've had in the past, something that's happened recently, something that happens recurringly over and over, maybe a situation that, with certain kinds of people, bosses, or whatever, that you feel like you don't do so well versus with others. Just take a moment and think about a tough conversation that you've had. And then later on, because I'm not going to talk the whole time, I am going to talk for a little while, and then we're going to have Q&A or cues and hear, your things and what you would like to work on, and see if we can just really give you some support right now in the moment. And so let's just take a breath, help our bodies relax, land in a new place with a new thing happening now and a new energy, and looking forward to what's going to happen next, because we want to tell our bodies with just a breath that we're safe and that it's okay to be learning and it's okay to be listening. So, with that, let's all cross our fingers and see if I'm going to be able to share the screen without doing something crazy, because last time I remember I had a little trouble. So, I'm going to say yes. And now, where the heck is it? There it is. And then I've got to do present. Okay, so I'm hoping you're seeing my screen. It says from reaction to connection.
Yes, it's
Just nod. Yep. Okay, perfect. And so I will just be talking a little bit about this idea of what's happening inside us biologically when we have a difficult conversation. And this is a piece that may be a little bit different than some of the things that you have been already learning about during this summit today or will be after me. And what I'd like to say about that is our ability to understand the biology that we live in, even if we are spiritual beings, which of course I believe we are, can help us navigate living here on this planet in this physical body. And so that is sort of my emphasis, but it's also, of course, about language. So we're just going to talk a little bit more about how to connect better when actually we're feeling ourselves going into some kind of reaction, or when the person that we're speaking with is going into a reaction. And before I do that, I want to just tell you a little bit about me and why I talk about this stuff so much, and why I feel as though it's really important to talk about. And that's in part because I grew up in a household that was really focused on communication in maybe kind of an unusual way. So I had a mother who was the third generation English major, knew all this stuff about English and how you should pronounce every word and what every word actually really means. And you shouldn't use it for this situation, you should use it for that situation. And you should aspirate your H's and I before E except after C. I mean, all the rules and regulations were very ingrained in her and therefore expressed to the rest of us, her kids, a lot. Her father was an English professor, etc., etc. Words were a thing you played with and you kind of used to show how smart you are, things like that. And my dad, on the other hand, had brain damage. And he had a brain aneurysm when he was 29 years old, which was before any of us were born. And the way that they treated that kind of a brain injury in those days, there's two blood supplies to go to the brain. They basically just tie off the one that's bleeding. And so you lose a blood supply to your brain. And over time, your brain really has trouble because of that. And he had something called speech aphasia, which means that he couldn't actually communicate the way he wanted to, basically. He would try to say something and he would stumble, he would say the wrong word, he would stutter, he might not be able to get anything out at all. And he was struggling with language all the time. So we have this language pro over here, and then we have this person that's really struggling with it on the other side of the table. And I sat at the head watching these two. And I just learned a lot about how communication can really go badly, and for lots of different reasons. And as a little kid, sometimes it was really scary and really hard because my dad would get really frustrated and rage because he couldn't control what he was trying to say. And my mother would get really confused and often sort of ask so many questions that those of us who were listening in knew that he was going to start to rage pretty soon if you didn't kind of back off, Mom. But she was confused. And what I didn't realize until much, much later in my life is that growing up with this, the way I did and my sisters did, is our brains were actually really well wired to help someone who can't speak very well. It's like growing up with a second language. When you have a second language in your household as a youngster, the corpus callosum connects in different ways. That's the band of tissue between the two hemispheres of the brain. It connects in different ways. And if you grow up with two languages or more, you will actually communicate differently than if you only had one. And part of the way you communicate differently is you know there's more than one way to say something. You intuitively know that. And aphasia, which is the condition my dad had, is basically like another language. So my sisters and I all have this ability, perhaps more than others. I can't say. I believe it's more than my mom had because she didn't grow up with it the way we did. We could figure out what he was trying to say. And so we would watch this show and wonder why Mom can't figure this out. Why is she asking him so many questions? Why isn't she getting it? But she didn't have the wiring. And so it was easier to be sympathetic to her and her position as I got older. But as a kid, it was tough. And really, what it means is a lot of times I can hear two or three words and kind of guess, hey, is this what you're trying to say? And that can be a huge relief to someone who is really having a hard time feeling as though they're being heard. And it certainly was a relief for my father. And as I grew up, I just was very attuned to communication as a result, spent a lot of time learning a lot of stuff about how the brain works because of the brain damage. I was interested in that, and just language in general. And so that's the background. And part of it is I really, really wished that I could help my father as a kid and saw the pain and struggling that was happening between them as well as within our whole family. And so I was always looking for a better way. And at one point I found it. And that's what I'm going to teach you a little bit about today. Just a way to sort of look at communication in a new way and understand that there's ways that we can speak that actually are way more helpful than other ways. And part of that, of course, is because we're connecting with the person in a different way and they are feeling heard. If my father had felt heard, he would not have raged. I just believe that, and I can understand completely why he did rage because the frustration level just got so high that that's what happens. The biology flips and we rage. And you may or may not have been exposed to something like that in your life or felt yourself doing it at times. So I'm going to go back to my little slides and run through a couple things for you, and then we'll just open it up. There we are. And let's see if I can do this magically, instantly. No. Yes. Why can't I make it go? No. Why did you do that, you stupid thing? I don't want to be here. Give me a minute. We'll get there. You can see all this in a second, but how come I can't get back? Boom, boom. We go here. I just want to go one page. Did it. Okay. So I know some of you have seen this before. I'll go pretty quickly because I believe also that some of you have not. But I have this image here, which is a cute little girl sitting on top of a big old elephant. And it's an image with a purpose in mind. I want you to look at that elephant, recognize how strong and powerful it is, and how, in comparison to her, it could run the show, no problem. And she's actually running the show right now. And she's doing that by having her feet behind the ears of the elephant. She pushes with her right foot, the elephant will go to the left. She pushes with her left foot, he'll go to the right. That's the training this elephant is responding to. And as long as the elephant stays calm and peaceful, it's going to work. And if the elephant doesn't, it's not going to work because he's just got way more strength. No matter how you slice it, this one gets upset, that little girl's in trouble. Maybe gets thrown off. Hopefully that's all, and she's fine when she lands on some nice soft grass. The elephant may go running off into the woods, may rampage through the village. Who knows? If the elephant gets upset, it's a problem. And that elephant is very much like a part of your brain. It's back here in general, the reptilian brain, way back here. This oldest part of our brain has 12, 12, where did I get that? 3 million neurons, more or less, back here. And it's where fight or flight lives. It's where your heartbeat lives. It's where your ability to digest food and keep breathing without thinking about it, all that stuff is back here. Up here, which is the thing that makes us human, our frontal lobe, that has about 300,000 neurons, so way less. That's like the little girl. Up here is where your ability to collaborate lives, your compassion, your language, your flexibility, your creativity. It's all up here. And so when the elephant gets triggered back here, it's running the show and this shuts down. And since this is where language is, and that's what we're talking about tonight, it's really important to understand the impact that your body, your biology, which you have no matter how you slice it, you are a biological being, it has on you and your ability to communicate and your ability for someone else to be able to communicate well with you. Either you can't hear them as well because the bones in your ear actually change, or you are dealing with somebody who they themselves are triggered and upset in a way that they can't communicate well anymore. So all of that, I'm going to sum up in this one sentence here, that your body is constantly working to protect you. That's its job. That's your brain's job. And we do all this other stuff, but our body, that's the number one priority, keep you alive. And so it's working always to protect you. And we want to understand how to help it do that, especially when it comes to language. So part of what I want to make sure you understand is that your mind and your brain learns patterns. That's what it does. And then it just repeats them over and over again. So that's why you don't have to think about how to tie your shoes. And that's why when you put toothpaste on your toothbrush, you probably pretty much just automatically start working it and you're thinking about what you're going to do later in the day. That's why you don't have to decide if you're going to get up and get out of bed and get dressed. You just kind of do it. If you had to decide every step of everything that you did during the day, you would be completely and utterly overwhelmed. There's so much information and stimulation coming into us at all times, and our brain filters those things out, decides what's most important, and then builds habits with the things that work for us. So yeah, getting dressed is probably a good idea, especially if you live in a really cold climate. So we're just going to make that a habit. It's really easy to do. We just do it automatically. We maybe have to make a few choices about what to wear, but we don't decide whether or not we're even going to bother to get dressed. And that's all patterns to keep things efficient, to keep you safe, and to let you actually take the time and energy to focus on things that are new, that might need a real decision, and not waste time on stuff that you've already decided before and has worked for you. That's what it wants to do. It wants to make patterns, and it does that through the neural networks in our brains, which are the nervous cells connecting one to another. So keep that in mind, and then we're going to add this on top of it, that the words that we hear and say can either create safety or tension in our systems. This might be a new idea to you. Many people have heard of fight or flight. They get it that, if something scary happens out there in the big world, they might want to run away. They might decide they're going to fight. They might faint or freeze. These are all things that we can do in response to something frightening. And we don't have a lot of control over it. It doesn't matter how much you meditate or how many great self-help books you've read. If you have a gunshot go off near you as a surprise, you're going to go into fight or flight. You might be able to get out of it pretty quickly, but you're not going to be able to keep yourself from going there. This is just our biochemistry, and it happens automatically. The same thing happens with words. When we hear words that have memories attached to them, especially perhaps unpleasant ones, we can be sent into fight or flight, which means this part of our brain stops working as well. And that happens with us, and it happens with other people. It also happens that a word can actually set up something that feels pretty good. So here's a little example that I share with you all where I give you something to look at that's really not much to look at. And most of you will have patterns already established in your minds, if you've learned to read English at any rate, that you can decide what you think this means. And I'd love it if somebody, could pop it in the chat or just come off mute and say, what do you see here? And I can't see the chat right now. What do I got to do? Richie, has anybody put it in the chat?
Oh, yeah, they're saying ice cream.
Ice cream. Yeah, that's kind of what I see too, even though I know. I still see it. So, this is what our wonderful automatic wiring has already set up for us. If we didn't know how to read English, it wouldn't do that for us, but it has. And then when I show you this, you realize, oh, I got tricked, or my brain got tricked. And maybe I'm kind of irritated with Sarah right now because, what the heck? I want some ice cream. I was thinking about ice cream, and now I don't even know what that means. Or maybe you're just feeling really, kind of satisfied because you knew there had to be a trick here. Whatever it is, you're having a whole nother experience right now from the one you were having a minute ago when you were thinking about ice cream. And all of that is neural networks. And the importance of this is that it happens really quickly, really fast. You don't think about it much. You just decide, okay, that says ice cream, or oh no, she's messing with me. Either way, it's happening very quickly. And that's because of the neural networks that are already set up. And the same thing happens with words that we think, just thinking in language, because we do, or words that we say, or words that we hear. There's all sorts of neural networks attached to words. And some of them are really powerful, strong neural networks that really don't feel good when they get activated. Some of them, not so much. So that's the last piece that I just want to add to this, that when you actually buy into this idea that I'm sharing with you, that language matters, language itself matters, not just the circumstances that we're describing or the history or the potential thing in the future, but the actual words and how we string them together can make a big difference in helping your body to stay calm and out of fight or flight, as well as helping the other person's body to stay that way. Really makes a difference, because when we can stay out of fight or flight, we hear each other better. We are more patient. We take more time. And all of that turns it all down so that we can create connection with one another, which is usually what most of us would really like to have happen. I'm hoping that makes sense. And then I'm going to tell you that you can learn a way to actually make this happen better for you. And we're going to play a little bit with that in just a minute. There's lots of different language techniques that can help. And that's, I teach a lot more of this in other circumstances. But one of them is just really simple, and it's based on the work of Marshall Rosenberg, who you may have heard of. He developed something called nonviolent communication. And it's a simple structure of a question that you could ask somebody who might be appearing to having some kind of emotional reaction. It might be what you would call a positive emotion. It might be what you think is a negative one. I'm going to tell you that neither one of those things are true in my world. They're just feelings. And sometimes they're not so fun to have feelings. And sometimes they're yummy and delicious. but there's nothing good or bad about them. They're just feelings, and the feelings are indicators that something is happening in your body. So here's the magic question. And this is something you can ask somebody. Could you be feeling, and you would guess, maybe, could you be feeling a lot of excitement and anticipation because your need for progress and recognition is going to be met or not met? Is that right? So I'm guessing a feeling that I'm thinking this person feels kind of good. And I'm guessing that it might be because they're going to get some recognition, which is a need. And that feeling is going to be met. And that's maybe why they're feeling good. And I check in with them. I say, is that right? Is that correct? I'm not really sure. I'm just guessing. So there's 4 elements to this. It's this guess about what the feeling is that they might be having. Guess what the need is that's underneath the feeling, because there's a need underneath it, and that's what's shifting their biology. And whether or not that need is being met in the current moment or not, and then your question, am I getting it right? Because I'm not really sure. Because nobody likes to have their mind read, and in fact, nobody can actually read someone else's mind. So we always are guessing. The only way we ever know if we've been heard is if somebody says it back to us. Otherwise, we're hoping, we're assuming, but we don't know for sure. This is a way of checking in. What's going on right now, this minute, with that thing that you just said or that expression I just saw go across your face, and not going any farther till we've actually established what's happening right now. Most conversations have 10, 12 things come at you sometimes, and you're still trying to figure out what the first one meant. And we have to slow it way down, especially when there's feelings that are activated. And this is the way to do it. And the transition that can happen with someone when you do this is they go from feeling like they're all alone in the world and nobody understands them and gosh, does anybody hear me or see me or anything, to someone's here with me. I'm heard. I'm seen. Or she's trying to hear me. She's trying to get it. And that feels pretty good. And what happens, you saw me do it just now. It's like, yes, that is what I'm feeling. Oh my God, thank you. You know, there's such a relief that happens immediately in somebody, especially if they're having a really negative kind of unhappy feeling. Oh yeah, that's it. That's it. Thank you. They're so relieved and their biochemistry is changing in that moment, which means this part of their brain's coming back online. And they're no longer going into fight or flight. Am I going to fight with you or am I going to run away from you? They're up here again with you, and that's where we want them, and that's where we want to be if we really want to connect with people. Last slide is just your special present you can have today. Some of you already have this, I know. If you don't, I encourage you to grab it, and I can put the link in the chat in a minute if Witchy still needs it, because I know I've got it. When you download this gift, it's got 5 different tips, like the one I just gave you, about how to speak in a way so you know you're actually heard, because they can't listen sometimes if their brain is offline. And that's how you want to have these skills working for you so that people hear you, because most of us are starving to know that we're heard, that we're seen and heard. Am I really here? Does anybody even know? Lots and lots of people are wondering that more than one time every day. When you have that, you'll also be, of course, on my email list, which means that you'll have the opportunity to come to a 3-day live training that I'll be doing shortly, and we'll be doing more of this. And so hopefully you'll want to have that as well. And I am going to stop sharing. And we have 35 minutes to talk about whatever the thing was that you thought about in the beginning, some difficult conversation, some question that you had about how to navigate something with someone. And that's really all I want to do at this point. So I'm just going to wait till somebody raises their hand.
I think
Or
that sounds
comes
like
off
a
mute.
good evil plan.
Say
No,
again?
come on, you guys. I said that's a good evil plan.
Yeah.
All my plans are evil, even though I'm a good person. Wait, that sounds weird, but you know what I'm saying.
I know there's names here of people that I have not met before, so I'm assuming that someone here might have a thing that they wish they knew how to do better with their kid, with their life
Yeah,
partner, and their boss, whatever.
you guys can ask the question in chat, or you can raise your hand and actually speak to Sarah. If you raise your hand, you'll get slotted to the top of our list, and then we can unmute
It looks
you.
like Tuna's got his hand up.
Oh,
Yeah, so I'm gonna
okay.
do this, and then I'm gonna do me too, so that we can all there.
You're
What you
unmuted,
got?
Tuna.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Yay. Okay.
Yay.
So, I know that because I've experienced your experience before, and you know, certainly the longer you spend away from uh, nonverbal communication courses, the more you fall into bad patterns. And I know that we can do that because we're human and all. But another thing that's challenging that I would love to hear you talk about is nonverbal communication when it comes to ways in which we communicate in text.
Hmm. Meaning literally text on a phone or written words in general?
Written words in general, because one of the things that I find is really useful is sometimes it's even easier. Well, I don't know if it's easier. Sometimes you think of what to say better, not in real time, but in the, okay, I've been given a challenging piece of reality from somebody who said something that I could just answer reactively,
Mm-hmm.
or I could give them the best answer. And the best answer has to happen with me using my skills that I've learned from you, Sarah,
Mm-hmm.
of nonverbal communication. So, you know, it's a, you know, do you find it easier to throw things back at people who are being, you know, unreasonable in text than in instantaneous response?
Well, there's so much juiciness there. Thank you,
Oh,
Tina.
I know.
Yeah, yeah. And so I'm guessing that at least sometimes you feel some kind of torn between whether I want to answer this right away, take a chance, or give it some time and maybe have better progress, better results. And also perhaps there's this pressure of this expectation that the world, many in the world seem to have, that I want an instant answer. And if I text you, if we're talking about text, you're supposed to answer right away no matter what. Am I guessing some of it?
Right. I mean, I'm of the philosophy that you don't have to answer right away if somebody texts you,
Hmm.
but the way in which things like, instant messenger, quote unquote, is set up is somebody says something to you that's, you know, inflammatory, and you want to respond back to them
Yeah.
immediately, especially if it's somebody who you have as like an authority figure, like, I mean, even though I'm an adult, my dad sends me a message, you didn't do this, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And, you know, and it's like you want to respond back immediately.
Yeah. Well, can we play with this? Because I've got about 12 things. I mean, when we want to respond immediately, that might be a clue right there that you've been activated back here, right?
Hmm.
Like if I feel like I want to, maybe that's a clue right there that okay, something's up. So at that I think is what you're actually sensing, and that's why you're even asking the question. Like I'm going to recommend that you hesitate, definitely. So, but I'm going to even back it up
Definitely.
farther because you actually, I think, beautifully use the terms nonverbal communication, and
Instead of
this is
nonviolent.
nonviolent communication.
Nonviolent, but yes, I know.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just, I
And
just,
but what you're talking about is perfect because right now we can see each other,
right.
and 90% of communication and I don't write that down and well, do and look it up and tell me it's something like 90%, 80, 70, I don't know. It's the majority of communication still happens visually.
Hmm.
No matter how articulate we are, if your camera's off, I'm not going to communicate as well with you as if your camera's on. And of course, if
Right.
we're in the same room, that's even better. So nonverbal communication is actually the strongest communication we have. So that's why I
Right.
love that you know, had that little Freudian slip or whatever you want
Whoops.
to call it.
Yep.
Because without it, we're struggling. And when we're looking at something like this, or, you know, it's a piece of paper, it's a letter, it's a book, all sorts of different ways we can have words. But this one
Right.
has come into our worlds and just pushed us instant, 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 like, you
Right.
know, we were talking about. And instant makes us stressed. So it's activated. Boom.
It's a
Ooh, there's a
blessing and
text.
it's a curse because even though we have the written word in front of us, the digital world in front of us puts us in a position where if I send you a message in, if I text you something within, you know, Facebook or even in Zoom, you know, it's easy to text you something before I think. I don't
Yes.
mean me, I mean we
Mhm.
collectively. We don't think about what we're saying. We don't think about what we're doing. We just react.
Yeah.
And
And
if we react,
that's why, yeah, we
and if
want to
we
slow
react,
the whole dang thing down.
right.
If you're
If,
having a reaction, ask yourself, why am I having a reaction? It's my dad. I heard you say that. So your
right.
dad is going to have a lot of neural networks attached to the language that he uses. You've got a lot of memories there,
Hmm.
and everybody else should as well, in terms of the people that raised them, if they had people raise them. You're just going to have some really strong neural networks that'll be triggered really easily. I mean, when
Right.
I smell the coat that my mother left behind, I burst into tears. She's been dead 12 years, but I smell it still. I mean, it's just that's a neural network. And it's very, very basic. It's probably since I was a baby, right?
Right.
And so that's what I mean about our biology. We can't control that. We can get better at helping it, but it's there and it's running the show. So part of what you're asking about is, you know, my experience with that. And so I'm just going to say a few things. I'll get a nasty text, you know, I'm going to call it nasty, which is a judgment. And, you
Hmm.
know, a judgment, some of these things that we're talking about, bad patterns, that's a judgment. Who says it's bad? It's just a different pattern. We want to try to distance ourselves from labeling things as good or bad or right or wrong, because that's not helpful. And every
Right.
time you can find an exception. But I'll have something show up on my text. I'll start answering it, but I'm going to tell you this is better than verbal because you are going to be slower. You just are. And I'll start writing and then I'll go, wait a minute, is that the best way that I can use the skills that I supposedly have right now?
Right.
And I will often erase it and turn it into a would you be willing, you know, and then whatever the thing is, which I know is a language pattern that you've heard about from me. So I think we can actually do better there. And we also need to remember, or are advised to remember, if we can't see their face, the chances are real slim we understand what they're trying to say. It is. And you have been exposed to this skill set. So I'm going to just claim it. You are way more aware of that potential than the person that's sending that message. I got a message today. I said, you know, I had somebody say, I want to come over and do that work this morning at your house. And I said, well, I'm leaving at 10 and I'll be back at 11. And he says, okay. And I'm like, well, does that mean you're coming? Or does that mean you're not coming? Because I kind of need to know. And if you think you sent me a clear message, I'm going to tell you you didn't. All I know is you got my message, but I don't know if I should leave the door unlocked because you're going to come and work while I'm gone. I mean, I'm just like, this whole thing is running in my head about this message is not clear. And it's just an awareness that you just get better and better at as you really slow down and listen to what people are saying or read what they're writing and decide, how do I want to respond? The other piece I want to add, um, because I think this is really, 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 it's been very powerful for me anyway, is I still get triggered. I am not perfect. It's way easier for me to help someone else than it is for me to be able to hold it all together if someone's screaming in my face. I mean, I'm still normal and it's still biology. But I have learned the power of being able to go back and clean it up.
Right.
And this language stuff that we worked on together, this gives you that ability to go back and clean it up so that it doesn't happen again the same way ever again. And maybe it never happens again. And for those of us who have struggled with repeating things that come up with certain individuals in our lives, that we immediately get into an argument or they're saying stuff we've already heard a million times, and that's a really delightful piece to begin to, oh, I can fix it. Doesn't matter, I lost my cool. I can fix it. It's
And
so
it's like,
empowering.
even though I'm a student or a graduate of, it's hard, quote unquote, graduate of the, nonverbal, not nonviolent communication,
There
uh,
you
right?
go.
And even before you, I have a, ex a longtime ex of mine who I was with for many years, who was also a student of nonviolent communication. And, her father had marched with Dr. King, you
Mhm.
know. And so I've had this is all part of my lineage of what things I understand and know. So this is like getting these themes come back to you,
Yeah.
except now we have different tools to use, we have technologies to use, we have me going to my AI and going, okay, how do I reframe this so that I'm using nonviolent communication?
Good, good.
We have also times where things are too emotional and we don't necessarily, we're doing things live, we're not doing things with a computer or anything, and we know we're not necessarily giving the best reframing of what we just said, but yet we still are able to say something like, okay, when you heard me say XYZ, what
Hmm.
did you hear me say? You know, and have the person go, well, I heard you say blah, blah, blah.
Hmm.
And you go, well, that's not what I meant.
Or you could say, thank you for telling me what you heard, because they're
Right,
telling you what they heard.
right,
Doesn't mean it's what you were trying to say. It's what they
right,
heard. And
right,
and we are filtering all the time, all of us. And so thank you for telling me what you heard, because that's what I asked you to do.
right.
And let me try again, because I can see that I didn't get my message across like I was
Right.
trying to. And then it's taking responsibility. It's my responsibility to say it in a way that you hear. And I can't ever know if you heard me if I don't hear it come back.
I'm sorry if you heard me say that, because that's not what I meant for you to hear.
Yeah,
But that's what came out in our processing together. And that's certainly not what I meant.
yeah. Or just let
So,
me try again. Let me
right,
try again. And you might say the exact same words. And this time they're listening differently. And this time they actually hear the words. Because often people will tell you what they think you really mean. And I know everybody in this room does that and has had that happen to them. What you really mean is this. What she's really thinking is that. What she's really trying to say is this other thing. We do that. We've been trained to do that. We've been trained that we can read each other's minds. And it's bullshit. I'm just going to say flat out, nobody knows what anybody else is thinking if
don't
they don't
hold
check it
back.
out. And that's what this language does. And that's why it feels so good to be a recipient of it. Because it's like somebody's trying to really be with me, not skip over it and move on to their thing. And most of us aren't even haven't had the experience of actually slowing down enough ourselves to know, how am I? What am I really trying to say? What is really going on in me? And when you have somebody that's helping you do that, it's a marvelous experience in the beginning. And it's harder for them. It just is. They're used to trying to read your mind. skipping to what they want to say, thinking that they understand you. I get it. I understand. I know. I gotcha. People say that to you is like, prove it, baby. Prove to me that you got it. Say it back to me. That's the only way I'm going to know. And that's a new thing for most of us. We didn't grow up with that. Anyway, I'm ranting and raving because I love this stuff so much. I just know it can make a huge difference. I know if my dad had it, if my mom had had it, even with the brain damage, I know things would have been better, but they didn't.
The ranting and the raving is important. You know, for me, it's not that I don't have the words to communicate. It's that I grew up with a executive dysfunction disorder, which I've later, come to realize is part of being ADHD and whatnot. And so I can be really organized in my thoughts. I can be really organized in virtual spaces and put things into neat little boxes on computers and stuff, or in a virtual world, which I spend a lot of time creating in. But when I'm dealing in my personal space, if I were to expose my room to you, it would be a mess. And it always was growing up a mess. And my dad didn't understand this. And it's the same thing of the mom not understanding the dad with the aphasia or
Mhm.
whatever,
Yeah. So
and
your
it's
dad didn't understand that your room wasn't as organized as he thought it ought to be? Is that
right.
kind
And so he would yell at me and scream at me,
of?
and
Hmm.
that in turn would give me more PTSD.
Yeah. Well, and also make you feel really sad and lonely, I'm imagining, because you wanted
Right,
some more kindness and understanding from him. Is
right.
that right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's hard. And you loved him.
I love him, and you
Yeah.
know, I I'm happy to, share this piece of what went on because you know, it's part of what we do in what you're teaching
Hmm.
is I wish I also had the tools. I got better at it as I got older, even with him, to say to him, Dad, when you do this, this is how it affects me. So
Hmm.
it still was violent communication that he was giving me. He was yelling at me because I was keeping a mess.
Hmm.
He was, you know, pointing things out to me and forcing my face to actually see the mess
Yeah.
and
He was
shout,
violent.
right.
I mean, this is violence. And for those of you who are hearing this and kind of wondering, how can I say, I mean, the face, maybe that's clearer that that's violent, but
Hmm.
the language is violent. And the idea
Right.
here is that violence begins somewhere and it ends with killing a person. And many of us maybe think that the beginning is a whack or a face grab or whatever. And my claim is the beginning is the words. And when
Yeah.
that doesn't work, then we start getting physical. And if we really want somebody to change what they're doing, a really good way to make sure they never do it again is to kill them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Horrible, but yeah.
Yeah. And so you're talking, and I'm imagining that as you've grown, you've also probably begun to see that this might have been a pattern that he grew up with because it's a pretty
Yeah.
common pattern. Yeah.
It's a pattern that he grew up with. And
Yeah.
then I was at one point in time for a period of 5 years, I was a stepdad to a kid whose breed of autism was very violent, destructive. He broke things. He harmed himself and harmed things around him. He
Hmm.
was good at not hurting others, but it was always scary that he might. And I tried to be as good a dad as I could to him during that time. But his world was shaped by things that he had grown up with. And he had grown up with also learning the violence.
Hmm. Just like you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to encourage you to, you know, think about this whole idea of, can I clean something up now? Because even if people are no longer on the planet, there are ways to clean this up so that it feels better now, and it also is less likely to come up in your future as a thing that shows up in some other interaction with some person you may not even know yet.
Right.
And that's a deeper, longer conversation, but that's what I was referring to, is this ability to go back in time even, and just, okay, this person, what was their need and feeling, and just exploring it heals it. And that's how this heals the world. So I'm going to offer you, I mean, let me get this link. Anybody that wants it, that's on this call, if you want to hang out for a half hour with me and just talk about something where it's a little bit more private, or actually maybe a lot more private, there's some times on my calendar, and I've just put it there in the chat. And I'm looking at the chat, and Teresa's putting some great stuff in here, and I'd love, if you want to come up and talk a little bit about it, Teresa, I'd love to chat with you if you feel like we're complete for now, Tuna.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
you're welcome, and thank you for sharing. And you're helping all sorts of people by doing that, and I think you know that. Yeah.
That's what we're here to do. And that's why we believe very strongly in holding these events for everybody in the community and for helping everybody's worlds
Yeah.
get better. And we love what you do, Sarah.
Yeah, I love coming and playing with you guys. It's so much fun. Yeah.
Yes, we do really love what you do. I unmuted.
Teresa, I'm not sure, you know, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I do really want to point out what you said here about if you care about someone and you are passionate about trying to help them, it can come off sounding violent. And yes, definitely. And the need that's happening underneath that is the care, like you said. And again, if you want to come up and chat, please do. But I'm just going to talk about this for a minute because it's really, really important. This is, if I'm a mother and I see my kid running in the road, I'm going to get really scared about their potential for harm. My need there is safety. My need is family. My need is love and connection with this other human being. There's a bunch of needs that are being activated by watching this potential accident that could be coming. And that sends me into fight or flight. And that sends me into somebody screaming and yelling. And the example that I give in one of the classes that I've taught before is I might scream, "I love you!" Like, that's why I'm acting crazy, because I love you. But the words don't match the energy at all. And for a child, it can be extremely confusing. You know, when I hear those words, this means danger. This means I'm in trouble. This means it's a problem. And these words, you know, we hope don't mean that at all. But the connection is broken for the mother that's acting that way. And I've sure felt that way. I don't know. I can't remember stuff. So, I mean, I know I've been a crazy mama at times, so I certainly will own that. But it's because I'm scared. But I haven't been taught to say I'm scared.
Point I
Instead,
was
I
trying to make is
scream and
like
yell.
that even if you're not like yelling and screaming, sometimes like if you're like giving somebody advice, like
Mm-hmm.
say, and they're like kind of hearing you but not really, and you're like kind of being more forceful, but it's done with care because you care about them and you want them to get that message to hopefully help them.
Yeah.
And it can come across sometimes as violent or like I don't know, like pushy or something like along
Yeah.
those lines. And it can be received like not well because of that.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if you presented it in a different way, they would be more receptive to it.
Yeah.
And it's like my big
Well,
thing is like whenever I like try to give people advice, I always have a habit of saying you. instead of like you as in everyone. It sounds like I'm saying you have to, like you personally have to, when I'm trying to say you have to do this in order for that, but I'm meaning everyone in general.
Mm-hmm.
So that's like a big thing that I have to remember too, to turn that off.
Do you have an example of that you can think of where you use that kind of language with a certain situation?
Yeah, like if I'm trying to help a friend and like with a girlfriend or something, let's say. And being that I am a girl, I know a little bit more about it than he would. And I'll be like, you have to do this and you have to do that. Whereas, I mean, guys in general would do that to get a response like that from from the woman, a better response from the woman. But it's coming across as more like confrontational because I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying, you have to do this. So he's
Yeah.
going, wait, whoa, what?
Yeah.
What do you mean
Well,
I have to?
yeah. So,
But I mean, in general,
and
so
are you saying that sometimes when you use that language that you don't get the results that you're hoping for?
not that I'm not getting the results I'm hoping for, because I mean, it's ultimately his life, it's up to him, but I'm trying to help him as best I can. And so
Mm-hmm.
the care is there. So I'm trying to tell him this. And it's like he's not receiving it because he's thinking that I'm going off on him. Like, I'm like being confrontational with him. Like I'm saying, you have to do this. You can't do
Yeah,
that. Like,
well, if that's the words you're using, then those are the words you're using.
right.
And I think what you're trying to say is that there's another meaning you actually want him to get from those words. Is that right?
Yeah, what I'm trying to get across is like what I'm saying is when I say you have to do this, I'm trying to say like people in general have to do this so that this happens
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
in a situation like that.
So are
Whereas
you
that
open
would
to
come
it?
across as better for him to understand it and to receive it better, I
Yeah,
think.
yeah. And are
Mhm.
you open to a couple suggestions, Teresa?
Sure.
Okay, thanks. So this is what I'm hearing in part, and you tell me, if I mean, this happens with somebody that you actually care about, that you would like to have them get some better progress than they are
Mm-hmm.
with whatever the issue is that they've maybe told you about or you've
Mm-hmm.
witnessed, and that you have some wisdom you'd like to share with them you think might be useful. Is that about right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And so that's those are the needs you're trying to meet.
Mm-hmm.
Care and the sharing of wisdom is a need. I have knowledge. I
Mm-hmm.
really want to share it. And
Right.
and then there's, probably a little bit of sort of kindness and respect that you would also like to be getting as a result of sharing this wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just going to tell you that the language you have to is language of an order. And nobody
Mm-hmm.
responds well to orders.
Right.
And instead, we want to shift this to a request. And a request, and I'll give you the language in just a second, but the difference between an order and a request is people have choice.
Mm-hmm.
When we make a request, we're basically saying, you can decide if you want to do this or not.
Mm-hmm.
An order, and we just have orders all over in our language in this country. There's orders all the time. An order has this implication behind it that if you don't do this, you're going to get in some kind of trouble. And kids are used to hearing orders. Parents give them orders most of the time, or many, frequently, whatever. This is what a lot of us grew up with. And they know if I don't do it, no matter how they say this, if I don't do it, there's going to be a problem. And there's either going to be a problem because I'm going to get punished, or I'm going to get the cold shoulder, or it's going to come back and bite me in some way, shape, or form. And so it doesn't feel good to have that kind of language. It just doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
And instead, when it's a request and the person actually has worked with you enough to understand that a request is truly a request, you have choice. You could do this thing or not do this thing. It's
Mm-hmm.
actually about me. I have a need to share my wisdom. I have a need to show my caring for you. And I want to contribute to your progress that I'm hearing that you would really like to have. And so my request is that you consider trying this way instead of that way. Would you be willing to tell me what you heard me say. And that all of the information about whatever it is that you're suggesting that they do differently can still get to them, but it's getting to them in a completely different package at this point, where they have choice. Choice is a need. There isn't anybody on this planet who wants to be told what to do and how to live their lives, even if you're giving them the magic key to success in all ways. Just the fact that it's coming to them without choice is going to make them resist you.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So it's just a
definitely.
little bit of language, Teresa, because this is all about how much you care about this person.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not coming to them that way. And that's
Right.
why.
Okay.
Yeah. And so, if it's somebody that you really have like an ongoing connection with, a partner or whatever, somebody you see at work every time, you could just say, hey, I learned this cool new thing, that there's this thing about orders and that people don't like them. And I'm going to be working on my language because I don't want to be contributing to people's unhappiness because of my language. And so I'm going to try it with you sometime. And I just want to let you know that's coming. And I'm going to be trying to give you requests. And what I want you to know about the request is truly, 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 I want you to know you have a choice. Please don't do what I'm asking you to do if you don't want to. I need you to do it only because it's going to bring you joy. I want this to be a true request that gives you choice. And I'm still learning new language, but it's really important to me that you understand you have a choice here. And most people are going to have a hard time trying to understand what that even means. But playing with it is going to make a difference in their life, and it's what's going to happen is you're going to just really see how often it's just a habit of language. I'm pretty sure you heard it from your parents.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, that's where we get it. How many times have we all just said, oh my God, I'm saying just what my mom used to say. I thought I never would, but it's coming out of my mouth right now. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for
All right.
sharing. I really appreciate you
Thank
coming
you.
up and talking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. I know we only have a couple minutes left, so I'm going to get back in the room where I can see everybody because there's new people that have come in since I started on here. And I know you've got it in the chat that you can click if you want to spend some time talking in private. And I know that you also shared the link for the Speak So They Listen, which is a free little gift. And for some reason, I don't have that link. I don't know if we can copy it and paste it again. Oh, you already did it.
I did it.
Yeah, cool. Okay. Anything else anybody's got? Wanda, is that Wanda that I know, Wanda? You're muted and you're off camera. How would I know? It could be any Wanda. So many different Wandas out there.
Well, you have less than a minute before
well, then
Dylan
it's not the Wanda I
starts.
know. It's a new Wanda. All right. Yay, another Wanda in my world.
Where's Wanda?
Yeah.
Wanda.
Thanks, Rebecca. Yeah. And Nelson, thank you. Yeah. And I hope that I'll see you guys downloading that gift. We're gonna have some music now, Witchy?
No, I'm just gonna
Your turn,
let
isn't it?
Dylan do his thing.
Oh, it just hit.
We can definitely
we still
have a
1 minute.
song. Yeah,
Really?
let's do a song.
Oh, okay. Yay! This is exciting. All right, I will do a song. Utica, you need to cooperate with me. That's a good girl.
Is
You're
Boudica
so-
gonna sing?
No, but she moved so I could see the computer screen. I'm just gonna see the button. Where's the button, Booty? Okay. All right, we got it. So, so I will go to my music. I will go to this and I will put on, this is a song from my Earth Angel album, which can be purchased in the music section of my website, which soon Tuna will post about. Yeah, you'll give them the link, won't you, Tuna?
If I can find it, hold on.
It's going into the next one, but we don't have to listen. I'm going to turn it off.
That was such a nice song to start with.
I'm glad you liked it.
Thank you, Witchy.
Welcome.
All right, everyone. I think I am ready to go. Is everyone ready to learn about human design? Some of you have already had some classes from me, so you already are a little bit ahead of the game, but is anyone in this room new to human design? That's the question I should probably start with. And I need to open up the chat so I can keep an eye on it as well. Okay, so we got a couple people. So just to give you a brief synopsis of what human design is. There's a few different ancient systems. There's the Indian Brahmin chakra system. There's the Kabbalah, the Tree of Life. There's a little bit of quantum mechanics. There's the Chinese I Ching, and there is, what is the last piece? Oh, astrology, duh, astrology. So all of these systems are taken and synthesized into one system that basically explains how your internal energy is, how the internal energy of both your mental and your body dance with each other. So a lot of people understand what astrology is, and you when you are born, you're given a birth natal chart, and it talks about like what your sun sign is, what your moon sign is, et cetera, et cetera. And so human design has that same concept. It has suns, it has earths, moons, Venus, Mercury, et cetera, et cetera. But the difference between a regular astrology chart and the human design chart is that the astrology chart, it describes your mental space or your mental energy, and then human design also brings in a subconscious energy or the unconscious energy of your body. And so it's basically two different natal charts put together. The one that everyone is aware of is going to be the same in your human design as in a natal chart. But what's going to be slightly different is 88 days before you were born, there's also another natal chart that's generated, and that is your body side. So when you look at a human design body graph, you're looking at how your mental energy and your body energy dance with each other, and it gives you an aura type. It gives you a internal strategy, and it gives you like a GPS to make energetically correct decisions. So what we're going to do today is I'm going to go over the 9 energy centers, because in the Indian Brahmin chakra system, there are 7 centers, but within human design, there is 9 because 2 of the chakras evolved and split into 2 different ones. So 7 became 9. So we're going to talk about the 9 energy centers. And then I plan on doing 2 mini introductory readings for anyone in the room who would like to volunteer. And then after that, we will do a Q&A. So I don't know if I have access to share my screen, but I'm going to share and do a Canva presentation. So in the meantime, I do need to gather some details for those readings. So I'm going to drop a form in the chat that asks for your birth time, birth location, and birthday. Command C. And so once that is filled out, I'll be able to put it into the chart generator, and then we will have fun with that. But until then, let's talk about these 9 energy centers. And let's see, I think it's this one. And then remind me at the end, I do need to give you guys this as a PDF, so you guys can reference it later. So this over here, or is everyone able to see my screen? I don't know if I'm sharing it.
Yes, you are. You're sharing.
I am. Okay,
and
cool.
if you could give me the PDF afterwards too, because then I can put it in the store for them to pick up if they missed it during class.
All right, awesome.
Right.
So you're able to see my cursor, right?
Yes.
Okay, so just a brief generalized introduction. This is a graphic that I made to help myself understand the different themes of all the energy centers within human design. This is not what a typical chart is going to look like. We'll see that momentarily, but they are color coded specifically, and we'll get into that in the presentation. So, whoops. what we're going to talk about today is the functions of the energy centers. So even though there are 9 energy centers, there are 5 different types of energy centers. There is one identity center, which is this one right here. There are 2 pressure centers, the ones in the blue, the top one and the bottom one. There are 3 awareness centers. These ones are the ones in the purple. There are 4 motor centers, and those are the 4 down here. And then there is 1 manifestation center. And the manifestation center is the center that usually everyone loves to talk about because it is the throat center or the throat chakra. And this is where a lot of manifestation, a lot of expression, and a lot of action comes out of. With the way that the body graph is connected, all the energy is trying to move from source and from earth through your system and out of your manifestation center so that it is created in reality. The next centers we have are the pressure centers, and this is what causes the movement of energy within the body graph. So we have a pressure to know, or the pressure to figure things out, and this is coming from source. And then we have the pressure to do, or the pressure to act, coming from the earth. And so if we're looking at these little graphics, this one is a sailboat, because this center, the root center, is all about adrenaline and all about knowing when to take action and when to actually rest. And so it's a sailboat because when the winds are heavy and when they are flowing, you're going to be sailing. But when there are no winds, you're not going to be sailing, and you're just going to be sitting on the ocean wherever you find yourself. And then the crown center has a lightning bolt, because this is usually a very quick and like instantaneous download, or like just, an inner knowing that just comes out of nowhere. So, and it's usually always from source. And so another aspect of these pressure centers is the energy flows from these centers into the other awareness centers, and it gets a little bit more refined. And I will talk about that in a moment when we get to the awareness. I think are they next? Yeah, they are next. And then we have the 3 awareness centers. So the 3 awareness centers are pretty interesting because they hold the capacity to have like I don't want to say like unlimited or like an all-knowing, but the amount of energy and the amount of information that you can pick up when these centers are defined within your body chart can be very, very, very omniscient leaning, because we have the spleen that is associated with the physical body. It's associated with instincts, with fears, with intuition. And so usually this center is all about knowing how to keep the body safe and in which direction you need to move to keep the body safe. And so when this is defined, there's an awareness of, is the body healthy? Am I doing the correct actions to keep the body healthy? And also, are the people I am around, can I sense if their bodies are healthy or not as well? The next awareness center we have is the solar plexus. This is associated with emotion and associated with spirit. And so these awarenesses usually come to play when that mood that's underneath everybody's intention, basically. You're able to have a wide diverse of emotions and feelings, but we are also able to kind of create that environment, that emotional environment for any room that you're in. The third awareness center is the ajna, and this is all around the mind, around perspectives, around opinions, ideas. And so this one's pretty interesting because when you have this one defined, you have a really one track way of thinking, or like a one way of perceiving. But when you're open with this center, this one is a little bit creepy because it can be more so uh, always being able to pick up on the thoughts of other people that have this defined. So kind of like psychic abilities are arise when this awareness center is open or undefined in chart. Am I forgetting anything about the awareness centers? I don't think so. Oh yeah, to touch on why the symbols are the way they are. The lightning bolt or the lightning bulb is mostly just about like insights and like perspective, like whether you're seeing something from like an on or an off kind of perspective. All the colors are meant to, represent all the different emotions that we can experience as a human. And then the life jacket is just, keeping the body safe where you need to be moving or swimming when you have this on. I made a little. Uh, so the next kind of energy center, and these are like the most, I don't want to say important, but the ones to pay attention to the most, because when it comes to human design, one like aspects of human design is, are you following your authority and your strategy and living within whether it's success, satisfaction, joy, or are you going against your internal GPS system and feeling bitter, angry, frustrated, et cetera, et cetera. And it's these four centers that cause a lot of that conditioning of like, okay, I'm not living within the correct energetic alignment, and I'm actually trying to, uh, use energy that's not mine, or pick up on other people's energy and use it for my own things. Because energy motors are what help the pressure centers really, really move the energy through the whole body graph. And each of the four motors all represent different themes. So with the heart center or the ego center, this is all around motivation, and it's about resource generation and the energy to either motivate yourself or others, or the energy to create the resources for your tribe, uh, not necessarily for yourself. This center is a very tribal center, so it's usually all within tribal energy that this center is explored. The next one would be the emotional solar plexus. This is a motor for emotional energy. And so one of the things about this motor is that it has a few different waves. There's a wave that's kind of like, you're just going like this. It's kind of calm, shallow. There's not too many highs and too many lows. But then there's a roller coaster kind of wave where you're like all over the place and just exploring all the emotions at any given moment. And then there's one that is like a heartbeat that's like up and down, up and down, up and down. And that's like you'll be happy one moment, sad the next. This emotional the emotional motor is where a lot of people have a lot of conditioning because of not because mostly we don't have the knowledge or the tool sets to effectively manage our emotions and learn what they're actually trying to tell us, rather than like outthink them or try to outmaneuver our own emotions. So this center causes a lot of like dissonance and issues within relationships. The next motor is the adrenaline or the rest motor, which is the root. So this one is all about, is it time to take action? It's really, really, really in tune with divine timing. So if you're trying to push something with your own timing versus divine timing, you will have issues where you won't have the energy to actually, get up and do things, or, try to move the energy with your body, et cetera, et cetera. And then the last of the energy motors, the sacral motor, this is the powerhouse of the whole body chart. This is like life force energy. This is creative energy. This is sexual energy. And your aura type really depends on whether or not this center is defined within your body graph or not. So I think that is it. Does anyone have any questions so far about any of the types of energy centers or anything like that? Oh, where did the chat go? I don't know where the chat went. I lost chat.
Nelson put his birth date in and he has no idea where he was born.
Okay. That might be a problem because we can mess around with the date or the time a little bit, but trying to find the location, that is difficult. So if we have a generalized idea of where you might have been born, we can try a reading, but it may not be super accurate.
He said Philippines.
Okay.
Manila.
Whoops, I went on to the next slide. Okay, we will cross that bridge momentarily. Any questions related to the energy centers so far, or no?
Anybody? Oh.
All right. So there's just a couple more slides before this presentation.
Teresa has a comment. She said, I experienced a breakup and my solar plexus hurt, not my heart, and I never understood why, although it might have something to do with my emotions, but with the 7 chakras. And then Nelson asked, are these astrological equivalents? Are there astrological equivalents to these points? And Teresa finished with solar plexus is to do with Send me that clear. I don't understand how you see yourself.
I need to look at the message real quick. Stop the sharing of the screen. Uh-oh. Zoom and cam up are not wanting to work with each other right now on my screen. So within the Indian Brahmin chakra system, some of the foundational themes to those centers are in human design, but because it's an amalgamation of a few different systems, not all themes are going to be completely aligning with the chakra systems. So with the solar plexus or the emotional solar plexus within human design, it is entirely all around emotions and the energy that comes from feelings and from wanting to connect with spirit and wanting to connect with new experiences so that more emotions can be experienced. With how you see yourself, that's an interesting line because within human design, we'll look at a chart soon, but we'll see that there's 2 different sides to a human design chart. And so on one side, all of those aspects will be how you see yourself because that's the personality side or the conscious side. But then on the other side, this is the design side or the unconscious side, and that's usually how other people see you. So those are all going to be astrological placements: sun, moon, earth, north node, south node, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So depending on all of these placements on the side will determine what energy centers are defined within your chart. And so when it comes to how do you see yourself, you're going to see yourself in a few different aspects. But then there's also one energy center called the G center or the identity center that is very interesting because within human design, there is a theory that every single person has three different crystals within them. There's the mind crystal, the body crystal, and then there's this magnetic monopole crystal. And so the magnetic monopole resides in this G center, but the G center uh, was part of the heart chakra. However, the heart chakra divided itself into two centers, the G center and the ego center. So even though both the ego center and the G center are coming out of the heart center, more people associate the G center with the functions of the heart chakra because that is around identity, around direction of life, and also around love and how you love and who you love. And so we were just about to look at that center, but I already pretty much just talked about all the aspects of it. Where did Canva go? Let's share that screen. No, that's not it. Uh-oh, I lost the Canva. That's the wrong Canva. Where did the real Canva go? Did that clear up any of the questions? Oh, I'm trying to find the Canva.
Yeah, you could unshare and reshare again, and that would help you find it, I think.
Okay, yeah, let's stop sharing. Oh yeah, where? Let's go. Oh, see all windows. Okay, there we go. Let's see if that works now. All right, can everyone see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So yeah, the G center, because it's from the heart center, within the human design world, the three major things about this center is it's referred to the magnetic monopole because it is supposed to, I don't want to say drag you along, but it drags you along like a life path. And so it's really kind of hard to deviate from that path. And when you are defined with this center, it's extremely hard to deviate from that path. But when you're undefined from the center, it's easier and a little bit more chameleon like to explore energy with an undefined G center. But really, this is supposed to really guide you along a path and allow you to explore what it is to have your identity, to have the way you show up and love, and also holds where some of your purpose is. So those are it for the types of energy centers. And so far I've talked about what it is to be defined or undefined. So I'm going to just clarify what that means very shortly, and then we can jump into some chart readings. So when you have any of the centers defined, the energy originates internally and then radiates externally. And so when you have any of the motors defined, like the sacral motor, you're generating life force, you're generating creative energy, and you're broadcasting that out with your aura. If it's the root center, then you're, generating adrenaline, or you're not generating adrenaline and you're generating the rest energy, et cetera, et cetera. And so this energy is always going to be consistent and reliable to you, and you have a feeling that this energy is always going to be like on. It doesn't really turn off. And sometimes, because these energies are always on, they can be kind of like that, radio music in the background, or like the YouTube video that you put on in the background. It's there, but you're not always fully conscious of it, just because you're so used to it always being on. And so the next thing, when an energy center is white, that means it's undefined. And that means that all that energy is originating externally. And when it comes into your system, you're amplifying it out. So usually a defined center is kind of like the microphone, and then an undefined center is like the speaker. So whenever you're in an environment and there's a person with a defined center, they're the one broadcasting that energy and like sending it outward, and then you're picking it up and then making it really, really wide and really available to the whole room. When you're undefined, you're really meant to just sample the whole spectrum of the energy center and not try to hold on to any type of expression of that energy. And so when you have an undefined center, the energy will come and go depending on who you're hanging out with, what the transits are doing, et cetera, et cetera. And this energy is not meant to be relied on as consistent energy. It's just meant to be played with, meant to have fun with, and fill it out and then let it go. When you aren't letting go of the energy and you're trying to hold on to the energy, that's when that like not self comes out and you start turning off your energy and trying to turn on energy that's not really yours to turn on. And yeah, so that's general human design energy centers. So it brings us to the reading time. So we have about 28 minutes. So I definitely want to leave some time for Q&A. So if we do like a 10-minute Q&A, we could do 2 7-minute readings, right? No. 2 like 8-9-minute readings.
Beverly would love a reading. I think Nelson wanted one before, but he was having problems with the time he was born.
All right. Did I put that link up? Yeah, I did. I put that link. So Beverly, if you could follow that link and fill out that form, I can pull up your chart, and then Nelson.
There's a Wanda too. Is Wanda still here?
Oh, let me go look at the spreadsheet. Arc.
And there's a Teresa too that wanted one.
Oh.
I know you can't do them all.
Okay, yeah, there's quite a few. All right, I don't know who to choose, so I'm gonna just randomly think of a number between 1 and 100, and anyone who signed up, pick a number, and then the 2 closest people to the number will get a reading today. I don't know how else to do it diplomatically.
They said it on the thing.
Okay.
Why not?
There's a
There's
a power tool there.
Oh, shit. Okay. Let go. Grab yours.
All right, so Teresa guessed 57, Nelson guessed 34. Beverly, what would be your guess? And then
Awesome.
I'll get a glass. Or I'll just take the bottle.
Put the bottle in the fridge, get a can.
41.
Oh.
Yeah.
I like 41. 41's a pretty cool number.
When we're both done the can, we can have some from the bottle.
Okay, so. All right, so did everyone put in their guess?
I'm sorry. I can't believe I was on. I'm sorry I didn't mute myself.
It's okay. I need to go.
So who did you choose? Or who did?
I'm just waiting to make sure everyone has put in a choice.
Beverly was 19. Pajita was 41, Nelson was 37, and Teresa was 57.
Okay, so the number was 76. So that means
So
57
it's Teresa.
and 41 is the closest, right? If I can do
41.
math.
Aparajita, yeah. So Teresa and Aparajita. I'll unmute Aparajita first.
All right. Hello, hello. All right, so let me make sure you have, there's the birthday, the time, and the city. All right, so 1 second. Let me just type in the details. So curious, out of everyone here, who knows their top 3 in astrology?
You mean the sun, moon, and rising?
Yeah.
Yeah, my sun is Taurus. According to Western astrology, it's Taurus, sun, Sagittarius moon, and Leo rising.
Ooh, a lot of fire energy. Interesting. All right. So we need to go way far back in time. And just double confirming, it's 9:50 a.m., right? Ooh.
Yes, and the place is in India, Guwahati.
GU. No, that's not it. GUWA.
Guwahati.
I'm not finding that. I see 2 options, but I don't think they're giving me the full.
It's in the state is Assam, India.
Okay, so yeah, I do see that, and then Karab Metropolitan Assam.
Yeah, that one. Yes.
That looks okay. And then double checking, making sure I typed everything right. Yep. All right, can you see my screen?
Yes.
All right, so this is a human design body graph. And so we have a pretty strongly defined body graph here. Let me just zoom in so we're just looking at the body graph. Why is it zooming out and pushing plus? Well, yeah, I really wish I had my trackpad because this would be easier with my trackpad. This is not working out well. Okay. I'm trying to make it bigger, but it does not want to work with me right now. I'm sorry. So I'm just going to try to go back to what it was looking like. Why? Sometimes genetic matrix is weird. So let's look at the time. When we're looking at a human design body graph, the first thing that we want to look at is the energy centers defined, right? So this is what makes your aura type. If we have this center defined, you're going to be one of two aura types. You're going to be a generator or a manifesting generator. Because this center is not defined, we know they're going to be either a manifester, a projector, or an initiator or a calibrator. So, because this is undefined and these centers, there's no direct line to the throat, we know we're dealing with a projector. So, this chart is a splenic projector. And basically, what projectors are here to do, they're here to master a system, master something that they're really drawn to, and then go out and be like the teacher, the role model, or the guide for that system. And with this specific, with your chart, since it's a splenic projector, splenic means that you really have a very, very high understanding of what to do in the now all the time. So there's like this little voice that's always guiding you to make decisions, and it's always going to speak once and not going to give you another chance to kind of like get that message again. And so when it comes to splenic people, spontaneous living is pretty fun, and you should live spontaneously, because the other side of a graph, the emotional solar plexus, if this was defined, more time is needed to make decisions. But because this one is defined and these two are not, that means you're splenic authority. And so you can make decisions in any given moment. And, you should be able to keep the body safe and just live authentically in the now. I could just talk about different placements that I see in here, but do you have any question that you'd like to get answered about this body graph?
Not really. I'm just trying to understand whatever you were going to say. Means because
Okay.
and also like, is it like astrology, like that says, or does it just give an idea of how we are or the way we act?
Yeah, so remember how I was describing how there's two different sides of a body graph? There's the mental side and then there's the body side. So this is what you're consciously aware of, and this is what other people are aware of about you. So this is things that you think you know about yourself or know about yourself, and this is what other people think or know about you. And so within your chart, because you have 6 of the 9 energy centers defined, you're going to have a high drive, a high aspirational drive to, move classes, to move areas of life, to go from, kind of like the rags to riches. The nickname for this channel, the 5432, is kind of like the marrying maiden that goes from rags to riches. And then on the other side of the chart over here, we have the identity center. So remember how I was saying that some people have a very fixed way of navigating life and energy. You have a very fixed way of being very creative, being a listener, having kind of like 2 different extremes to how you like to express your personality sometimes. And then also very strong leadership too. You have the channel 31-7, and that's a leadership channel. So your personality, your way of showing up is going to be very influential, like an influential leader, and then one that also takes charge and can actually lead. You have the throat defined, so very strong ability to manifest and to take action and to express the way you want to show up in life, how you're traveling through life, and that adrenaline uh, energy that comes with your authority. Also, with having a defined ajna, you tend to have certain point of views that you do not want to shake off. You have insights and ways of thinking that are very, very uh, specific to you, and trying to get you to change your mind about things can be difficult because uh, people who are defined tend not to want to change their minds once they figured out the way they want to think or the way they want to perceive a certain subject. And then you also have the defined crown. So a lot of activation from source, a lot of ability to download information and just have that like connection with knowing things that you may not know because you don't necessarily have to experience them. Where are we at on time? We do trying to condense a whole chart reading into 10 minutes is a little bit difficult, but that's the generality of your chart so far. Anything?
Thank you. Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense because, yeah, means it's very interesting. Like I have come to know about human design very recently, and it's kind of very interesting to me. And the way you brought these aspects are very true. These really sit well with my,
Yeah. And so
personality.
if you're curious about exploring it more, the first thing that I always have people do is, especially if you're into astrology, your sun, your moon, your rising, that is all of this information right over here. So if you go to uh, an astrology natal birth chart generator, and then take your design date, this one right here, it'll give you another natal chart, and that's going to be for your unconscious side or for your body side. And so it'll be for this part, which is how other people view you. So when I did this experiment for my own chart, it opened my eyes up to a lot of things because my personality sun is an Aquarius, but my body sun is Scorpio. And so when I learned that people see me as a Scorpio rather than an Aquarius, it started making sense how I get into certain conversations with certain people, because people just want to tell me about their secrets, about their emotional secrets, about, all that kind of stuff. And it made a lot more sense once I figured out that the body and the mind have a whole astrology chart that just dances with each other. Yeah, so there's one chart. Let's look at another chart. Witchy, can you remind me who was?
Teresa Hughes was the
All
other
right,
one.
responses.
Here she is.
Hello?
Hello, hello.
Hi. I'm an Aquarius too, by the way.
Your sun is an Aquarius.
Yeah.
Do you know what your rising is?
Yeah, my rising is Sagittarius and my moon is in
Ooh.
Taurus.
Oh, okay. So air, earth, and fire. Uh, I have air, water, and fire. No earth in my chart, pretty much. Okay, where is Teresa? Uh, one. I know. Okay, genetic matrix. Why are you being so weird today? The date recognizer is not working, so I actually have to like go manually hunt for the specific day rather than just typing it in. Yay, February.
Pick as long as you like, Dylan, because it'll be cutting into my time, and which is fine.
Oh no, we don't want to do that. Not at all.
No, it'll be fine.
All right, just double checking. It's February 7th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then AM, 3:35 AM.
Yes.
Okay, cool. It's and amount. And we okay, okay. Double checking. Yep, that looks correct. That's correct. And that's correct. And that's correct. All right, let's share the screen again. Let's see if I can actually zoom in on this one. No, it's still being weird. Okay, so this one is a completely different chart than the last one we had. So the last one was a projector chart. This chart is a generator chart. And so I forgot to mention earlier, the different aura types, there's 5 different aura types, right? And they all have different percentages. Projectors make up about 20% of the world, whereas generators make up about 35%. And they are generators because of this center right here, the sacral center. So, with the previous chart, we were looking at a splenic projector. So that was in the now kind of, you already know which way to go, how to move, keep your body safe, and the decisions just come to you naturally because there's like that inner voice that just talks and tells you where to go. Whereas with this chart, we have 2 centers defined that have a different kind of way of doing things. So we have a very, very, very strong. I don't think I've ever seen an emotional solar plexus center this defined. There's literally every single gate being defined out of this center, and they're all hanging gates. So it's incredibly, incredibly crucial to listen to your emotions and know where you are in your emotional wave, because when I was talking about how the emotional solar plexus have like those different waves, the mellow one, the up and down one,
Mm-hmm.
and then the kind of crazy one, you have
Yeah.
all of them all in one. So like it's like a hurricane kind of like way of emotions. And
Yes.
so for you to enter into emotion or to enter into energetically correct decisions, you have to do 2 things. So you have to check in with your emotions, but you also have to check in with your sacral. So the sacral is this like volcano of energy. When your body or when your energy wants to move a certain way, you're going to feel like an excitement, some sort of feeling in your stomach, and that feeling is going to come up and out of the throat. And every sacral being has their own yes and their own no. So, however way that feeling comes up and out of your throat is going to be unique to you, but you will have a yes and you will have a no. And so, use your brain and your mind to ask yourself yes or no questions And the more yeses you have towards a certain direction, the more likely that your energy wants to run that way or express in that direction. When you have enough yeses, you also have to compare them to your emotions, because when you have an emotional solar plexus defined, the biggest piece of advice I always say is whenever an invitation comes to you, always say no first. You never want to say yes the first time an invitation comes to you, because the whole point of the emotional solar plexus is to ride the emotional wave, to collect different data points along that wave to know where your energy actually wants to move into. So when you have started noticing that your body is saying yes to certain things, come back to that moment when you're feeling different emotions to know which way a correct decision is going to be for you. Is that making sense?
Yeah, it does.
And so, compared to the last chart had a lot of activation with the upper centers, but you have a lot of activation with these lower centers. So, you have a lot of emotional energy, a lot of creative energy, a lot of life
Yes.
force energy, a lot of adrenaline energy, and you have that intuition, that intuitional
Mm-hmm.
instinct energy too. And so, what's interesting with your chart is this is all a single definition. So all of these energy centers are able to talk to each other and really converse with each other and really be on the same page with where the energy wants to go. So sometimes when there is a definition of the emotional solar plexus and the splenic center, what I say is the only time in which you can override your emotions and make spontaneous decisions is if it's coming from a place where your body is saying, we need to make this move now in order to avoid injury, in order to avoid a body disaster, and to keep my body in a safe place where there's no harm, no illness, nothing like that is going to come to me. Other than that, any other decision should always be made through your emotions and through that, yes, I want to do this. And yes, it brings me joy. It brings me satisfaction. Or no, I'm frustrated by this. And this is not the way to explore and express my energy. Where are we at on time? We are at like 2 minutes. So how does that land? Does that
Okay, I
make
have a proposition. Okay,
yes, which
there's like two more people that want readings from your human design. If you're willing to do them, you can totally cut into my time because I'm right after you. So
I mean I am okay with that, but like these are still really rushed readings, so
I know.
uh
But one is Nelson and the other one is Beverly.
yes. So I think let me look at the thing because I think I can definitely do Beverly's. I'm hesitant on Nelson's because we really need to make sure. Can you still
Oh,
hear me?
because Nelson didn't have a time. Is that what
The
you?
location.
He had a location. It was the Philippines.
But like, do we have an exact city?
Yeah, he listed what it was.
Okay. So yeah, then we can do both.
Okay, your camera just went
Oh
into
no, did everything
fog.
just go bye-bye? Where did it go?
Oh, that's weird.
Hold on. My phone maybe decided, yeah, disconnect, neck. No, we're not.
Oh, that's better.
Yeah. My headset just died, so I'm like
Mm,
having to switch things.
Gotcha.
Okay, so yeah, if Nelson has all the information, let's do one on Nelson. View sheets. Uh, duplicate. All right, awesome. Where is Nelson's?
Beverly, did you go fill out the form?
Yeah, I have Beverly's info here.
Oh, okay, good.
Okay, what was Nelson's information? Because I don't see it in the spreadsheet.
Uh, he was in the Philippines, and Manila is the
Manila.
name of the city.
Okay. Manila.
And it's August
Let's see.
17th, 1966.
One sec, Witchy.
Sorry.
Bill. Nope, that's not coming up. It's Manila, right?
Uh, yes, that's correct.
I'm not finding that.
The person's name is Nelson, too. Nelson. If that helps. I don't know.
Oh, Beverly, you were so close. 77, and it was 76. Uh, yeah, I don't know why it's not finding Manila. I'm finding Metro Manila. I'm finding Arkansas. I'm finding Utah. Maybe I should just try that first. Let's do that. See if that works. Manila. Okay, there's a lot of Manilas.
And
Way too many Manilas.
Ben Anderson wants one too.
Oh no. Everyone might have to just sign up for a free 30-minute with me because I will probably feel a lot more.
Less under pressure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not finding Nelson's at all.
All
I'm
right.
seeing way too many Manilas.
Right.
There's Southwoods, there's Ilgun, there's Sarangami, there's Leyte, there's Oriental Mindoro, Manila, Albay. Yeah, does any of that ring a bell?
Nelson?
Metro Manila, let me see if that works. Metro Manila. Okay, yeah, I found that one. So let's hope that works. Uh, and then where was the message at?
Did you want me to put what I have for links? Because it was just like 2 months ago.
No, I literally revamped a few things
Oh, did
last
you?
month, and I totally dropped the ball and didn't get all the updated links to you.
Oh, poo. Okay.
So 1956.
Oh, okay. Ben doesn't want one, he said, so it's all good.
Okay.
But Beverly still wants hers, I think.
Yes. Oh, and do we have a time for Nelson?
No. He doesn't know what time.
He doesn't know what time.
Don't you
All
default
right.
it to noon or something?
We're going to try to do something, yeah. Please enter a valid city name. We just did that. Metro Manila. Man, now it's not even letting me do it. There we go. Okay. Ooh. All right. Thank you for the patience. And we now have a chart for Nelson. And then
Awesome.
I will
Do Beverly's.
look at Beverly's next.
Excellent.
All right. Can you see my cursor?
Yes.
All right, Nelson, we have a manifester. We're actually getting like quite a few different aura types today, which is cool. So you are also a splenic authority. So that means your inner knowing is always going to be in the now. So spontaneous living, yes, do it. As long as that little voice in you that is guiding you is telling you to do it. You are a manifester, so about 10% of the population are manifestors. What they are here to do is initiate others. So your aura is closed, it's repelling. You're not really meant to be inspired by other people. You're here to inspire people. So you the ways in which you can inspire people, you have three main channels. Well, the first channel that I'm seeing is the 4521, aka the money line. So you are a king who can bring in resources for the tribe, for whatever tribe that you're ruling over. But you're not just the king, you're also the one who goes out and gathers the resources. You have a very strong voice because there's quite a few different definitions coming out of the throat, uh, of which there are three leadership gates in human design. You have all three. There's 31, which is influential. So it's all about the words you use and it's more of a democratic leadership. There's the 7, which is the army general. So, people get behind you and will follow you, and you are the one leading the charge. And then there's the 45, the king or the queen. So you have very strong leadership and initiative uh, energy about you. And then the last channel that I'm seeing is the 5720. So 57 and 48 are the most intuitive gates of human design. You have 57. That's directly connected to your throat. So intuitively and instinctually, when this channel is defined, you can say things out loud just out of nowhere and like they'll be true, or you'll like be able to speak on things that you may not necessarily know, especially about other people's bodies, about the safety of their body, the health of their body, about your body, et cetera, et cetera. You do have the G center defined as well. So you have a defined sense of what direction you're taking in life, who and how you love, a very strong purpose with the leadership. Where is the leadership gates in? So 45's in Jupiter. 7 is in Uranus, and then 31 is in the moon, 7 is in uh, Uranus as well. So, yeah, one of the things about your leadership quality is it can be a little bit weird and it can be a little bit unique. When you step into being a king, or when you step into leading a kingdom and making sure everyone within your kingdom is well cared for, it can lead to blessings and abundances because it's in your Jupiter, especially as a 5th line. So you definitely will have a lot of people coming to you for leadership. You do have a pure heart with the 12. So as long as you're leading with a pure heart, many people are going to follow your influential way of leading. You're a 3-5. So life's going to be full of experimentation, full of fun explorations, maybe many mistakes, but they're all lessons so that you can pass on knowledge and really help teach people about really leadership, I would say. Uh, Any thoughts, questions?
Yeah, I mean, thank you for the reading. It's spot on, but I don't use what I have for leadership mainly. I I'm taking training and courses as a psychic medium, and my life path is to help those in pain, to help them find love after losing their loved ones. And I use that to connect them with their loved ones on the other side. So it does make a lot of sense. As far as leadership, um, I'm using that energy for that purpose. Is there anything that I should be aware of because I'm doing that?
Well, you do have the 57 defined. So like that has a lot of that intuitional kind of capacity about it. So helping people with the direction of love after such a strong event happening in their life does point to like having that 57 defined and having the G center defined. Uh, you do have 51 defined too. So that's a very shocking piece of energy. Where's 51 at? 51's in your north node. So it'd be something you're working towards after 40 and you're already well past that. I would say your approach to how you do it with people might be a little bit off-putting or a little bit shocking or a little bit like jarring. And if it is, that's totally okay because 51 is like where your north north node is. So it's the gifts that you're leaning into and learning how to use. And it's really learning how to shock people into experiencing spirit and experiencing uh, love in different ways.
Oh, okay. So that's what I do as far as like what I do in life. But as far as career, I have really no idea which direction I should go now. At one point, I thought, I mean, culinary, but then I think there are other areas I should look into.
Yeah, you have a very personal way of living. So you have a right angle cross instead of a left angle cross. So really more about personal exploration. How can you explore your life, your energy, and be a role model for others? Like, don't let other people influence you. Don't be afraid to shock people into new discoveries. Really try to maintain peace. If you're ever feeling angry about anything, it's usually because a couple different ways. Because you're a manifester, you're here to initiate, you're here to get things going. Whenever you make decisions, you always want to make sure that you're informing the people that are going to be involved around those decisions. Because if you don't inform them and tell them what's going on and why you're doing it, how you're doing it, et cetera, their backlash may make you angry or may make them angry. So to keep everyone happy, let people know what you're doing in real time and just, you know, telling people, hey, this is what I'm doing. This is why I'm doing it. You will be affected in these ways. If you don't want to be affected, just move out my way, kind of way.
Okay, sounds like a career and where you interact with people then.
Yes. Anyone with so a little bit more advanced, when we're looking at your profile, which is this thingy right here, this area, uh 3-5, it comes from these top numbers, right? We have a 62.3 and we have a 42.5. So that's where the 3-5 comes from. Anyone with the 4, 5, or 6 always is transpersonal stuff. You always want to explore energy with another person so that both people can learn and explore authenticity. Yeah, so that was a little bit about yours. And
Thank you.
you're welcome. Thank you.
And thank you,
And now,
Wytchwhisper.
You're welcome. Jadine asked in local, which part of the graph would be affected without the time?
everything will be affected.
Yeah.
Because one of the core pieces of human design is the quantum mechanics aspect of it. And the specific piece in human design that is related to quantum mechanics is called a neutrino. And so we understand what protons, neutrons, electrons are. Those are like the subatomical pieces of an atom. But then there's smaller pieces of that called the neutrons, or not the neutrons, the neutrinos. And so what the neutrinos do is they pick up energy and information and like deposit it. So whatever thing that they are traveling through is they're going to be picking up and dropping off information. So that's why the time, location, and date are all needed, because at a specific time in a specific place, those neutrinos are going to be passing through different celestial bodies and passing through your body in different pathways. So if any of those pieces are not 100% accurate, it'll give you a not so accurate chart.
We had a pretty good guess then, Nelson, eh? Since it was so accurate about you. All right.
And so, yeah, now let's look up Beverly's.
Beverly, yeah.
And then it'll be back to Witchy. Let's see here.
Thank you. I didn't think I'd have a chance.
Well, I was really trying to keep time for Witchy, but Witchy was being very generous. So
Witchy is, thank you for your generosity, Witchy.
You're very welcome. I've been on a lot today, so I don't mind sharing the time.
And by the way, I love the blue hair. You
Oh,
definitely
thank you.
look like in your mermaid self with that, as
Oh,
Jill was
thanks.
saying earlier.
Oh, thank you.
What are you filling in all the information again, Dylan?
yeah, for yours.
Okay. Because I filled in the, oh, well, obviously you have it because you wouldn't have known that otherwise.
Okay, that's yours is 12 p.m. Yeah, okay. So
12:16
that's
p.m. Yeah. Mhm. And I gave you my
then,
birth name. That's what I needed to put, right? The name I was giving
birth.
her. Yeah.
No, just the date, location, and time.
Oh, because, okay.
And I have 56
Mm-hmm.
as the year, correct? Okay.
Yep.
So there's that. There's that. United States.
And now you know how old I am.
I know that is the one thing I get privy information to is that.
That's okay. I don't look or feel it.
New York. Okay, create. And double check everything looks correct.
I've actually had this done before, but never got an explanation. So, which year are you recording this? Will I be able to get a recording?
Oh,
of
yeah,
this?
this is being recorded. It
Oh,
will be
beautiful.
part of the replay.
I want to give
Oh
you a
my
free
gosh.
consultation, Witchy. I'm offering you a free consultation anytime
Oh,
you want.
thank you. That's
You're
awesome.
quite welcome.
Okay, Rebecca,
All
thanks for
right.
coming.
March 19th, correct?
Yes. Uh-huh.
All right. Wow. Wow.
Uh-oh. What is that a good wow? Is that a good
I'm
wow?
just like, yeah, it's a good wow.
Okay.
Very intriguing. So we literally got almost every type today. This is just so random and just so odd. We had a projector, we had a generator, we had a manifester. Now we have a manifesting generator. The only one we
Okay.
didn't get to was the calibrator, and they are the 1% of the world. So it's very rare to find them.
Uh-huh.
generators make up about 35%. Manifesting generators make up about 35%. So manifesting generators, and you are a pure manifesting generator. So what makes a manifesting generator that aura is they have to have this center, the throat center, connected to a motor center. So it needs to be connected to this, or this. So in your chart, Beverly, we have the sacral center directly connected to the throat center. This channel right here, the 3420, is the only channel in the chart that makes you a pure manifesting generator. So that means your sacral response is going to go from sacral to throat real quick. It doesn't have to go through energy centers to get to the throat. It's just your body knows that, yes, I'm going for it, and then it's going to just come right on out of your throat. So when you are entering into energetically correct decisions, you're going to feel that volcano of energy in your stomach that's going to produce satisfaction, joy, and a desire to move in that direction with your energy. And you're going to have some sort of yes, some sort of no, and it's going to make unique to you, and your voice is going to let you know when you're actually moving into correct decisions or not. Your throat and your G center are heavily defined. You got a lot of where was I going?
Is the
I
G
saw.
center the heart, Dylan? Is the
Yes,
G center the
so
heart? Okay.
these two centers came from the heart chakra. They divided and became the G center, which is direction, love, purpose, and then ego, motivation, resource creation. So you have, man, there's a lot going on in this chart. Like, even though there's only 3 centers defined out of the 9, all this is just very, very, very powerful stuff. So very creative, very full of life, very full of power, because 34 is associated with power. So strong power. Definitely need some where is the 5? The 5's, and oh yeah, you might struggle with routines and rituals because it's in Mars energy as a first line. You might have, extremes that you like to bounce back between when it comes to routines or ways of having a daily habit. You do take on the emotional energy of others and the adrenaline energy of others and amplify that. You also don't have the spleen defined too, so you can enter into areas that are not safe for your body when you're not following your truest excitement for something. 34 is in your body sun, so like you have a lot of power, and like life force, creative power.
Yep.
You also have the capacity to be why am I blanking on that word? Like the person that puts up all the art pieces in a space.
Yeah. Well, I'm an artist.
Like a gallery owner.
Yeah, like a person who brings, a curator. Like the 1-8 energy is about being creative, but then also recognizing the creative pursuits of others and yourself, and like really being able to be like the influencer or the cheerleader for that art, or the gallery owner that brings communities together to witness beauty. You also have a pure heart.
Also
You
like
have
a choreographer too, huh? I'm a dancer and a choreographer, yeah? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, because you have 1 and 2. So you have the divine masculine and the divine feminine coming out
And
of
my
your.
book, My book just launched and I got my copy today of The Awakened Feminine
Ooh.
anthology. I have one chapter in there, so yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your train of thought, but
No worries.
Feel free to share your link, Beverly, in the
I'm
chat.
sorry?
Feel free to share
Oh.
your link for that if you want to.
If I can find it, I don't think I can find it. I'm so excited about getting this reading, Witchy. But thanks for the offer. They can go to my website and see it, I think, but maybe I will. Dylan, you still there? Or is he done? What happened to Dylan?
I don't know where Dylan's sound is.
Oh, no.
Can't hear you, Dylan. What's going on?
Did he just drop off? Did his computer just die?
I hope not.
Oh my God. It was so good.
He's doing something. He's the
Oh,
maverick. He's like mavericking.
yeah. There he is. We thought we lost you, Dylan. Don't hear you.
Uh-oh.
But he's a techie. He should be able to figure it out, right?
Well, he is accepting
He's talking, but I
half-hour.
don't hear him.
He is
Testing. Can
accepting.
you hear me now?
Oh, it's
Oh,
working.
yeah.
We
Yeah.
can hear you.
Yes, yes, just slightly. More volume, please.
No, I can't hear you. What happened?
You can't hear us?
What happened?
Oh, no.
I want to say like,
Testing, testing. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
yes, yes.
Okay. Sorry, my setup kind of freaks out when my headset dies. Okay.
Uh-oh.
What were you saying, Beverly?
Oh, I don't
Right
even
before.
remember. We got off on a tangent.
Okay.
I'm
Well,
loving this reading.
He's loving the reading.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to, where did it go? Share my screen. And then the only last thing that I was going to touch on, can you
Mhm.
see?
Yes,
And
yes.
I wanted to point out the Jupiters because you have such strong activation in the throat. Your Jupiter unlocks expansion and abundance, right? So within your body, the more you can use your body to story tell,
Mhm.
dancer right there.
Mhm.
Right. And then the more that you can really dive deep on the details and really help people
I'm all about the
understand
details.
the
Yeah.
bigger picture through the little things. Yeah. And sometimes you won't even know what bigger thing you're speaking on, but you're speaking on the details.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah. Wow, this is great. Dylan, all the times I've had like this chart thing done, I've never had it explained to me, so I'm so grateful and appreciative that you're sharing this with me.
Yeah, and these are like very down and dirty readings. Like when I do one-to-one readings, like they're
Yeah.
much more
And I'm
personalized.
offering you a free consultation too, Dylan, anytime you want.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. What a blessing. Let me
So
show my
thank you,
face here.
Mitzi.
Yes.
Does anyone have any questions? Just
Yes.
open-ended
Does
questions.
anyone have any questions of Dylan? Please spew them in chat.
Yeah, because human design is it's a very broad system, and I try to condense it into a small little piece. So
You did a
I'm
really
much
good
better
job.
when I get asked questions.
You did a good job, Dylan, I think. But then I'm biased probably because, you're my teacher. Okay, how does such ethereal things give us our tendencies? Thank you, Nelson says.
So yeah, are you referencing the question about the neutrinos, the quantum mechanics aspect of things? Thank you, everyone.
Yes,
Yeah.
Nelson says.
So I am not a quantum physicist or, very big expert on that. Like the only thing that I understand about the neutrinos is the fact that it's like these subatomical particles that just go through things and they're like a sponge. They're an information sponge that picks up things and drops things off and it just does whatever it does. And that's what my understanding is, that the different planets all have different themes because of their mass and all that kind of stuff. And through the I Ching and through the Brahman chakra system, with those insights all brought together, that's what the quantum mechanics is saying about energy expression, is that when it travels through these certain things and these certain paths, energy gets imprinted with these themes and with these tendencies. So, like, if we look at Beverly's chart and we take her chart and with someone who's just like 2 minutes later, it's going to have different pieces that are different. There's going to be a lot of generalities that are the same, but some of these minute pieces where it's like 2.4, 62.5, there's more pieces underneath that. It's like 63.5.2.1. And so those pieces will change dramatically, even if it's just a couple minutes. So identical twins, like you can pull up charts for both of them and they'll be similar, but very different as well.
And Jadine said, is there a difference if I use tropical instead of sidereal? He loves this question. You can tell.
I absolutely love this question because this is something I've been experimenting with for about a year now. And if you're in the Sacred Systems Nerds human design community, it's also an experiment there too. So if we're going back to the neutrino aspect of understanding quantum mechanics, the biggest thing that I argue is that the tropical system may be out of date. The scientists have said that, hey, when we take pictures of all the planets and the stars and where everything is at, these correlate more so with the sidereal astrology rather than the tropical astrology. However, the creator of human design says, yes, we know about these discrepancies, but the tropical system is the way you should look at through human design. However, human design is a experimentation. It's a science of differentiation. So, because it's an experiment, nothing is factually true and correct, right? Like it's your experience, your interpretation. If the tropical chart vibes with you more than your sidereal chart, explore the tropical chart. If you feel the sidereal chart explains you more, explore that chart. Explore both of them at the same time. I am not the one that's going to say, yeah, you need to pick this one specific chart and that's the only one that works. I've done a tropical chart on myself and a sidereal chart on myself, and I align with the sidereal chart more, but I'm also practicing my tropical chart in the same way because I teach about the sidereal version besides the tropical search or tropical version. Is that making sense?
JD, is that making sense? Cool.
Awesome.
Dylan, is your email .co or .com?
.co.
Okay, great.
Yes. And then I do have free 30-minute sessions. If you have a specific question about human design, you can jump into a call. And then I do also have other offerings as well, both one-to-one work and community access. if people are interested. And I'll drop all those links right now because they're somewhere around
Hey,
here.
Dylan, another quick question. Is it possible for you, I know you're a techie guy, for you to send me the reading that you did, like from this replay?
Not necessarily because I don't have access to the recording
Oh, okay.
until Witchy gives us all access. And then once
Right.
I have
Yeah,
Yeah.
access, technically, yeah, I could cut it up and send you your piece
I
because I
would
do
very
it.
much appreciate that.
Yeah, I'll give you guys access to it.
All right. And I'm putting a message in the chat right now. It's a few different links. The first link is the free 30-minute session with me. The second link is the different offerings that I offer, and then the third link is the community link.
Okay,
The third
Dylan.
link,
Oh, sorry.
yes.
Teresa was asking if you could send her her chart as well.
All right. Once you give
Teresa.
me access, or once you have the recording, let me know, and then I can cut it up, and then
Right, but you guys got to give him like your email and stuff so he knows where to send it.
yeah, anyone who wants a recording of their, well, there's four. There's Beverly Nelson,
Mhm.
Teresa, and I don't want to mispronounce the name. AB. I'm just gonna say AB.
Pradjita, I think is how it's said.
Yeah. So if y'all email me, I can make sure you get your little mini reading. But like I said, there's a free 30-minute reading to that first link, so you might have a better reading in that space because it's a 1-to-1.
Yeah, so sign if you want your chart, sign up for Dylan's 30-minute free reading, and then you can decide whether you want his 30-minute reading or your 10-minute reading that you got here.
And thank you, Witchy, for letting me go into overtime. I didn't mean to
Oh,
take
it's
up
not a problem.
2 full hours almost. But if any of my classes are record for anything.
Hey, I did an hour of teaching everybody how to do music this morning, like at 3 o'clock. So I've been on quite a bit today, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah, so
All right, with that being said, I guess we're finished for the night, unless you guys are like, is anybody dying for a reading? If you're literally dying for a reading, I could probably do 1 or 2, but but if you're not, then we can okay, good. Yeah, book those 30 minutes with Dylan. All right, that being said, I'm going to turn on some music and you guys can listen as much as you want and stay as long
Thank
as you
you.
like. Yeah.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you guys.
Thank
Yeah, you're the
you.
best. We couldn't do this without you. That's why we love it when you come.
yeah, it was a lot of fun today.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. Oh, wait. I forgot to do this. Share. Do you have a question to that? Because if you do, I could turn off the music.
What does this pertain to? You know what?
I can't hear you.
Move the other one. point, it's
Here, let me stop sharing. There. It was being shared in mono anyway. It's not as good that way. All right. So what was your question? Anybody? Anybody have any more questions? Going once? Going
When's the next
twice?
one? When's the next one?
The next one is in August, and I have to look up the date because I'm brain dead right now.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It's like the second Thursday in August.
Okay,
Sort of
cool.
thing. And it's gonna run from noon until 5 o'clock
Pacific time.
Pacific time. Yeah, Debbie has signed up already for from noon till 1, and I have spots open after that. So
I think I'm going to join you then.
what time would you like? Well, fill out the job form and I'll
yeah, we'll be in touch because I want to gift you with my mini sound bath, and I want to offer you a session soon, sooner rather than later, Witchy. So
okay, that sounds awesome.
whoever
Thank-
contacts each other first wins. All right.
that's awesome.
That sounds
I don't
wicked.
I don't know if my mic is on.
Your mic is on, Tina.
Oh, good.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I can give you one too, Tuna.
Thank you so very much. I would love that. Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. I don't have your email, however, but
Yeah, the one that's on there is wrong, but the easiest way to do it would be, well, I could just give it to you right now. Hold on.
okay.
Well, isn't it Tuna? It's fishthemagician@gmail.com.
It's fishthemagician@gmail.com, but I'll give it to her so that she has it so that it's like,
Yeah.
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 Do.
So how many people we got left here? Wow, we got quite a few people. You guys are awesome. You make
Hey,
me
you're
feel
the
so
one that
loved.
brought us all together.
I
Yes, the
know.
energy.
You're the awesome one.
I'm
Well,
so
thank you.
glad we had this time together.
Together.
Just
Richie,
to have a laugh.
what's your profile again in human design?
My profile, I'm a manifestor generator.
No,
That's what
you
I
know
am,
your
right?
number.
My what?
The numbers. Were you a 4-6?
Oh God, I don't remember. That's like asking me to do math.
Yeah, let's just go look it up. Witchy, where'd you go? I think you're a 4-6, if I'm remembering correctly.
Well, I'm glad everybody likes it so much. You guys make my day.
See, I was
Yeah.
supposed to be a manifestor generator, but the last time I looked, I became just a manifester. So I'm confused.
If we're looking at Witchy's chart, so it depends on if you're looking at a tropical chart or a sidereal chart
Yeah, sidereal.
or a true sign sidereal or there's so many different types of charts that it's intense. But Witchy's tropical, she's a 4-6 manifesting generator within the tropical. And then if you go to the 13th sign sidereal, she is a 1-3 generator. So different
Yeah,
depending on
I hate just being a generator. I like being a manifestor generator.
the 4-6 manifesting generator means you're a foundational piece to community and a role model to that community as well.
Oh,
Well, that's accurate.
well, that's pretty awesome.
So being a foundation to this community is aligned with your design.
I appreciate that.
And yeah, Beverly, I just put my
Oh,
email
yes.
address in the public thingy so everybody can
I
have it
just
if they
saw
need it.
Thank you. All right, beautiful.
Anybody who needs me, reach out to me.
Yes,
Fish the
and
magician.
Fish the Magician
Fish the Magician.
at gmail.com. I should maybe put my contact info up, since I'm like the last person.
You'd think so.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that right now. Because I got a free gift and everything, so. All right. So here we go. Here's my free gift and stuffs. And if you guys that were interested in the Suno that I taught earlier, if anybody needs help, like if you're stuck with what you're doing on there, or you're looking at something and you're like, I don't know what this is, just contact me. I will be happy to help you. Just let me know. There.
Where's
There
the
we go.
bananas?
Where's the bananas? Well, my banana song. I can put that on right away.
Dude, that song is in my library and it's got quite a few plays.
Really? That's
Yeah.
awesome. I'm so glad. I love it when people love my music. It makes me happy. Let's see. Where did I put that? I put that banana song. Here we go. Hey guys, get ready for some bananas.
Bananas.
B.
B-A-A. No, I'm not spelling it right. B. Don't expect me to be logical after
No,
a day of
I
this.
did the same thing. I was like, B. Hey.
Sure. Here's 8 bunches, babe. Let's go. I ordered 8 bananas, just a simple little treat. But the universe showed up with a fruit parade at my feet. 8 bunches overflowing, like a cosmic practical joke. And I'm standing in my kitchen going, okay, I'm broke. They were tumbling like blessings I'd refuse to wait. And I hear the universe whisper, girl, this is fate. You asked for a drizzle, so we made you a flood. You wanted abundance, we misunderstood. Bunches from the universe, wild and wonderfully absurd. Every peel a tiny lesson wrapped in sweet, ridiculous words. With Nesquik on the counter and peanut butter dreams. Bananas sliding everywhere like they're escaping all my schemes. It's messy magic laughter, this joy you can't outrun. And the universe says, cherish this love. Abundance should be fun. Tried to make a sandwich, peanut butter thick and proud. But bananas turn rebellious, like a circus in a crowd. Slippery little heroes shot right off the bread, like they'd rather stage dive than be breakfast instead. I
If you guys want a copy of it, I put it in chat. Just download it.
I've seen before, but the truth and that chaos hit me square on the chin. Life gets sweeter when you play with it, not when you try to win. Bunches from the universe, too much and somehow just right. A reminder that abundance shows up with a bite. Bananas doing backflips, peanut butter trying to cope universe says, laugh with me, love. Don't let the joy decay. Every punch is a blessing. Every message chance to see that abundance isn't tidy. It's a fruit fight fantasy. It's the giggle in the kitchen. It's sweetness on your tongue. It's the miracle of realizing you're still allowed to feel young. Now I'm dancing in the kitchen with bananas at my feet, and the world feels a little softer, and the chaos tastes so sweet. Food that soothes my belly, laughter soothing me,
I could probably make an album
a
already. I
universe
think
that
I have
loves
a
me
few.
in its wild, weird
I'll have to
mystery.
check it out.
So I'll cherish every bunch, every tumble, slip and fall, because when life gives you too much fruit, baby, that's the best gift of all. Bunches from the universe, blessings stacked in every peel, a goofy golden metaphor for everything we feel. I'll take the mess, the sweetness, the laughter when it lands, bananas sliding everywhere, abundance spilling through my hands. Life is rich and funny, and gratitude's the key. Thank you for the bunches, love. You always over-deliver. Just a little more than me.
All right. So that is that. I'm going to turn off the recording now. And we're turning off the recording in 3, 2, and
Good night,
1.
Ben. If I didn't miss you already.
Have a beautiful adventure, everyone. Thank you for today.
Yes, bye guys. I love you.
Love you,
Yay.
Witchy.